Yo, what is up, everybody? Hope you're all doing well. Per usual, at the start of my streams, I like to just do little build updates for the people that like to see where I'm at from my video guides. Just to quickly talk about the minion build, I released a video yesterday for my Summoner Lich. The reason I'm not playing it today is I'm really happy with the build and it's really fun, but the Gilded Beetle was really just a lot of the build. Not a lot of it, but it brought it to the next level. And I am expecting GGG to return it soon. I don't know if that's actually happening, but right now I'm just holding off on investing more into the Summoner Lich until Gilded Beetle is back, and then I'm going to go back to grinding that one. But I need currency for my next several builds. I am broke as fuck. As you can see here, I got 39 exalts to my name. So we are doing a currency farm stream today, probably tomorrow too, so... Sorry about that. I needed to mute my mic to cough. So, I've done some changes to the Infernalist. Let's talk about that. It's the character I'm going to be playing the next couple days. It's probably going to be my currency farm character. One of the main reasons I'm farming currency right now is so I can buy the Grand Spectrums for this character. But, yeah, this is where we're at with the build. It's seen quite a few changes. There's probably going to be a video update in a day or two. So if you are playing the Ignite, Reflect, Infernalist, yeah, there have been some changes. The first biggest change is using Scythe of Spear. Aggravate any bleeding with this weapon. Also aggravates all ignites on the target. Aggravating is essentially like doubling its DPS. So obviously aggravating a knight is huge. So on bosses, I've weaved in this spear. And part of the reason why I'm using Rapid Strike is because you have to aggravate bleed to aggravate ignite. So in Rapid Strike, I have Lacerate. It just gives you the high, like with Rapid Assault, excuse me, it just gives you the highest chance of proccing bleed, which will aggravate the ignite. So it's just a nice sizable DPS increase for single target. That's the biggest change, really, to the gearing. The gear is just better. I've updated the Mobilytics today. So if you take a look at the Mobilytics, it has all the new changes in it. I've upgraded to a third slot here. My shield is just a little bit better. My resistances are capped. I've gotten a slightly better Black Flame Amethyst ring. This one's got 56% increased magnitude with only a 47% increase. Reduced ignite duration. Give me a sec, I gotta cough again. My Chaos Res is still bad, but it's better than it was before, to be honest. It's not too bad. You just have to be extra mindful around Chaos stuff, and the Forsaken Bangle helps. Oh, and then I added the Sanguis Harum. Harum? I don't know how to say that word. Creates Consecrated Ground on use. Bleeding was killing me a lot, so I added the Bleed Charm. And I just got the unique one because why not? It'll give me Consecrated Ground every once in a while. My stats are just a little bit better. Passive tree has been pretty overhauled. So, at one point, you know, I had stuff over here. I was getting all this stuff. I had Cooked Anoint at one point, but I've completely changed that. So, I've dropped this right here. And I've dropped a lot of this stuff. I only get the crit damage bonus here. My critical hit chance, even without this, is still a 73% chance. With this node here, it was at like 90% chance, which just felt like it was a little overkill. It's nice, but I've been using those 3 points elsewhere. I've got the Jewel here, and then got the Ignite duration here. These points could probably be dropped, to be honest. Honestly, these 6 points are probably what's getting dropped next for other stuff, which might lead to this whole section getting dropped for other areas. Like, I might drop all of this, I guess. Get the Aura Magnitude Radius, and then, like, get this Jewel here or something. Something's going to change here, I think. I path through here now, though. I dropped all this stuff. Get the crit hit chance still here, though. Get some damage taken, recouped his life. This actually saves my life a decent amount. But mainly it was just the path through to get to this stuff. Because you want all of this stuff, really. This is all pretty important. At least this right here is all pretty important for the Thorns style. All of this could potentially be dropped. Still pathing up here. Still pathing up here. I did drop these nodes here. Just needed the passive points. And then, yeah, I'm just maximizing the crit stuff. I just pathed over here to get all the crit stuff. As you can see here, my bonus is up to 700%. My crit chance is 73%. It's felt better overall. Yeah, I dropped some of the survivability stuff, but it still feels good. Excuse me. So yeah, now I'm out anointing. I'm just trying out Lasting Trauma as my anoint instead of Cooked. Because I did have this at one point. I had passive points spent over here, but I ended up reallocating those, so I have this anointed. And I have a 4-0 diamond for Oasis. From nothing diamond. Not for nothing, from nothing. Which allows me to put points into this tree here for fast-acting toxins. So you get 10% increased magnitude of ailments. And then you have 5%, 5%, and then 12% damage damaging ailments deal damage faster. So, trying out a damage boost there. And yeah, that's where the build's at. It's like relatively the same. In terms of like functionality, we just added the spear swap to Scythe the Spear. And yeah. In Rapid Assault, it's Martial Tempo, Lacerate, and Hit and Run. Yeah. But it's still the same play style. It feels pretty great for Ultimatum farming, as you're about to see, so let's just dive into it. But yeah, the main play style is still the same. You know, you still use the scepter and stuff. The sphere is only really for bossing. Let's test how bad that feels.
Your challenge awaits. Prove yourself.
Oh, one thing I forgot to talk about. So, one thing I've added is I've added just barbs to Spear Strike. So, I do have one way to force proc crits. If there's like if I'm trying to avoid taking damage versus a boss, I can just Spear Stab to force a crit because I have barbs on it. So, it just like it gave me the force activation of a crit whenever I needed it. Because there's some bosses that were just a real pain in the ass because like having to take hits on them was just too risky. But I still wanted to incorporate the Thorns, so added the Spear Stab. But yeah, currency farm stream for the next day or two, I bet. I need to make some money. I need to buy the final upgrades I want for this guy. It's probably just going to be spending money on 3 Grand Spectrum Rubies, and then I'm done investing into this character. Because then it can just be my farmer. I need to get a new neck with rarity, actually, but then after... And gloves with rarity. So there's like 5 things I need to buy for this character, and then it's going to be all time. No, this would not work on Gemling. You have to play this with Infernalist, as far as I know. You have to be able to self-ignite yourself consistently. And if there was a way to self-ignite yourself consistently with other classes, you would not be able to like copy-paste this build over to it. If there are people using Beras that are not Infernalists, I'm unaware of it currently. Because, yeah, I've been wanting to do, like, Beras builds on, like, a Smith and Katana and shit, but... Did rubies make that much of a change? I don't know. I haven't tested them yet. I'll let you know after I get them. What do you mean when they fix the charm? What are they fixing about it?
I need more time.
Don't give up so early. Coagulated masses befall you. Stay close or perish.
Can you self-ignite with Amulet? I don't know if you can reliably do it. How you liking this build compared to my Warbringer build? My Warbringer is like way tankier. And probably more fun on Pinnacle content, but this build is just like so good for like farming and mapping. And it's probably more fun to me. But I feel like the Warbringer is just the better build. Like if you invested like 100 Divine into both builds, I'd probably like the Warbringer more. But this build's like, it's like really cheap to get going, and farms super good. I don't know. I don't really have that doomer attitude. If you want to play it, play it. If you're actually like gonna be that much of a baby when GGG nerf stuffs, then stay away from an early access game. If it looks fun, go play it. How am I supposed to be able to predict to you if it's gonna get nerfed or not? But if that's your mentality, why are you playing an early access game? So much stuff's gonna change over its development cycle. Just play what's fun in the now. Stop worrying about nerfs in the future. Who cares?
This is just a warm.
Just play the game and have fun.
A sanguine flood.
If I'm speedrunning, it doesn't take long at all to clear Ultimatum. Like, this is just a fast Ultimatum clear.
Anything to feed its young.
Super fast, super chill build for Ultimatum.
Impressive. Normally, challengers don't survive. They'll slay them amongst the flames.
I mean, there's a difference between something getting nerfed and something getting fixed. If something gets fixed, it can still function as a viable build. And if something gets nerfed, it can still also function as a viable build. But that doesn't mean it's getting nerfed tomorrow. GGG might be nerfing it in 0.3. They might nerf it in future patches. But I doubt, like, it's... You know... I don't know, I don't worry about that. If it gets nerfed, then I play other stuff. It's fun right this second. So... I know that's not what you're saying, oh, Jeremy, but... We don't know when the nerf's coming, and like if it's broken, and if there's like a flawed mechanic with it, that's like those getting fixed like, sometimes GGG sees those like a bug in something, but people are enjoying how they're using it, and they'll fix the bug, but they'll give buffs alongside the bug fix to, like, try and compensate for that change. You know? I think this is such a cool style. Like, it shouldn't be deleted from the game. Does it need to be adjusted to where, you know, it's not clearing 3 screens away, like its presence modifier needs to be up, and like you're one-shotting stuff with so little investment. Probably needs to tweak the damage scaling off of crit bonus, but I doubt it's like gonna get obliterated. And if it does, oh well. I had fun with it while it was here. But I would not like, I don't know, I don't let that, I wouldn't let that get, like, prevent you from playing it. Because what if it's around for the next 4 months, you know? You don't know if it's going to get deleted tomorrow, like, right? It could. I can't, like, promise you that. Uh-oh. But, didn't they say they weren't going to do any, like, build deleting, balance patches in 0.2? After the, like, didn't they specifically say they weren't going to do any massive nerfs? But if you're worried about that, just play Thorns. Thorns is not broken at all. Like, maybe during leveling it gets nerfed, but in endgame it's like, you know, I would say slightly below average. Its clear time is rough. And it requires a lot of investment, and you're constantly at risk of death until you invest like 100 divines. Is it your farming tune now? Yeah. Until, like, I find a character that's just, like, way better for farming, but of, like, all the characters I've played right now, this is the best one I've got for, like, all content. Well, this build kind of sucks for Pinnacle content. I think my Warbringer, like, if I was trying to farm, like, Delirium or, like, shit on +4, I don't think I'd play this build. It's too squishy.
Hardly call that a challenge. Bleeding and infected. Chaos will bring you to your end.
Yeah, I mean, none of my builds, like, I couldn't only play my Warbringer. I couldn't only play this build. I couldn't only play the minion build. That's kind of probably why I end up making alt so much, is like, if I had to pick one build I had to play for this, like, the entire league, it probably wouldn't have been any of the builds I've played so far, you know? Because, like, a lot of them have, like, friction and... Man, all of these suck, 'cause I have no chaos res, but I hate these two. They're fucking annoying.
They bring night's madness.
Yeah, Defiance of Destiny makes, like, every build tankier, doesn't it?
Leave
I've never had a Defiance of Destiny, so I can't, like, say from experience it would make this, like all Reflect builds. But I've never used one before, because it's always just out of my price range. Or I was using, like, gem skill levels, because Defiance of Destiny would have been cool in, like, a Magma Barrier build, but I needed, like, gem skill levels. So I was using, like, Fire Flower, right? But... No, Tactician fucking sucks. The Ascendancy's, like, okay for, like, 4 passive points, but outside of that, it's just, like, really bad. Like, it's really niche. I don't know, like, I don't want to say it's bad, but it's like, I don't know. All the builds I wanted to do on Tactician didn't work. Like, the reason I did the minion build on the Lich is because I tried it on the Tactician and it didn't work.
A challenger, worthy always strikes twice.
Hey, Evil Stir, how you doing? Yeah, there's a lot, Mr. Photon, with Thorns. Like, when I first started trying to mess with Path of Building, I was like, oh, this is lame. No Thorns is set up for it. But, like, I kind of understand why it hadn't been set up yet. I gotta be careful during this part because I'm pretty squishy to chaos damage. There's usually a lot of chaos damage during this escort bullshit. I think I'm just gonna pre-clear it just to be safe. Nah, I'm not gonna pre-clear. If I die, I die. And yeah, it wasn't worth. Yes, in 0.1, it wasn't even worth looking into. But yeah, even now, there's just so, and there's so many bugs with it still too with Thorns. But yeah, I'm excited for Path of Building to get Thorns worked in, cause yeah, I have no idea how to maximize its damage at all. I am not smart enough to figure that out, like through in-game testing. Careful here. Yeah, this is why I say, like, I wouldn't do this build for all content, because as you can see here, it is pretty squishy. Especially since I respec the talents, because at one point I had, like, these resistance nodes and stuff, and then it's so hard to get chaos res with this build, so it's just like a... It's not an all-rounder build. It's got, like... Anytime I've tried Pinnacle content on this boss, like it's like I would rather do Pinnacle content on my Warbringer because I know my Warbringer is not gonna die going through it. He's just an unkillable beast, and like this build just gets one shot sometimes. Like it's a reflect build that's not giga tanky, it's just kind of tanky. It's kind of why I got a better shield here. This one's got 40% block chance, and I invested in 2 of my jewels. I forgot to update. I think I did update this in the Mobile X actually. In 2 of my jewels, I have block chance now. I think I do. Thought I did. There's one with block chance. Maybe there's only one with block chance now. Oh, here's the other one. Yeah, so 2 with block chance, yeah. Because, like, yeah, this build is, like, really fun. And it's really powerful for, like, certain content. But, like, it's not brain off like the Warbringer was.
Expect the next round to be that easy.
No, it was the, like, whatever the ascendancy that Tactician has, that, like, your allies in your presence buff your, like, get buffed by your weapon damage. Summons of summons don't count as your allies. They're allies of your specters. So none of the, like, the entire build reason I went Tactician was to do the mass minion build and then have the big crossbow or the big two-hander in my hand buffing all of my birds and stuff, all the wasp and stuff. But that whole interaction just doesn't work at all. And then even for the units it did work for, the damage scaling was so miserable that it was just a useless ascendancy. So it was so much better on Lich, like, across the board. That whole that whole ascendancy just needs some love and support. There's a really fun Tactician, or excuse me, Caltrops build I want to do that looks really good on both Tactician and Ritualist, and I haven't decided who I want to do it on yet. See the aggravate ignite, how fast it kills. Don't die rolling through. The spear swap for the aggravate ignite is really nice. Thorns damage isn't considered damage dealt by the player. I guess that's why you don't get charges or whatever from it, right? Or is that because of something else? I wonder if that, like, there's so many of that stuff that's like, is that intended or is that a bug? Thor's just gonna get better in time, though, as, like, we figure all that stuff out. And then GGG, like, fixes that kind of stuff, too. Yeah, ripping. I might need to try that. Like, I might have to just completely re-itemize my gear so for around better, like, resistances and stuff, because that would definitely help a lot. I'm res cap everywhere, but I just don't have the overcap now that I used to have, but, yeah, the block chance helped a lot. I don't know why I'm so... Oh, I have the wrong shield on. 46% with the main shield helps a lot. But yeah, here's what's cool. I'll just show you guys. I love teasing this because I don't know who I'm doing it on. I'm either doing it on Ritualist or Tactician. Tactician has a lot of potential, but I just want to level a Ritualist for some reason. Right now, my character's name is... I have a Caltrops Ritualist character. But I might do it on my Tactician. I don't know yet. But what's cool about Caltrops is all spirit gems. Like, one, you can stack a lot of the spirit gem because of this. A solid plan. Persistent buffs have 50% less reservation, so each of these spirit gems just costs very little spirit. But every single support gem you put into Caltrops buffs all of the Caltrops. So you can have, like, if you had all of these as 5 links, right? You could have every single one of these filled with basically every single support gem in the game. And every single Caltrop, like, is getting these support gems. Like, all of them. I just haven't decided if like, is the only benefit for doing it on Tactician would be to get the pin for it, which is meh. And then you could get this, which is more support gems. But I don't even think I need more support gems, spirit gems, for Tactician. Or for this build. I could get like 3. And have them all be 5 links. Or 4 and have them all be 5 links. What do you see in the Ritualist over the Tactician? Well, the Tactician just sucks. A Tactician literally does fucking nothing. Like, you just get more of this, but if you just have 4 or 5 links, you don't need more of it. Like, this just makes it cheaper, but the rest of the Ascendancy is just balls. Like, the rest of... The pinning is cool, but this doesn't help you at all during Pinnacle content. Like, no one is going, well, I can't wait to do +4 Breach Boss because I got the pinning stuff, right? It's like, it's a very minimal gain for this game. Like, it's okay for Delirium, but you, like, it's Ascendancy that's not giving you any damage. And that's what you need right now to progress the hardest content. And I don't think you're going to need 18 of these to maximize its damage. You probably only need 4 or 5. And you can do that on any Ascendancy. It is a projectile, yeah. Caltrops are a projectile. They get modified by, like, what is that unique bow? And quivers. What is that unique bow called? Widow Hail? Widow Hail combined with a quiver will modify it. I'm thinking about doing a spear version of it. And the reason I want to do it, like, it's potentially possible that Tactician is the best. Because it's possible that just having a bunch of solid plans with the pins is all you need. Because really, with, like, as many support gems as possible, you are doing insane damage with Caltrops. So it's possible that Tactician maximizes it the most, but it's just boring. I kind of want to just have a Ritualist. Blood Boil seems cool. The rest of the Ascendancy seems cool. But Tactician, like, definitely has potential. I don't know. I'm just turned off of Tactician right now. It's just such a dud of a Ascendancy. Like, it's got its, like, okay. Right, but I can get pin through other ways, you know, and like the pin isn't like required for us. Like, yes, pin is good. Yes, disabling bosses is good, but like every other ascendancy doing other things is just better. Like, you can go this on Amazon, you can go this on like Gemling. Gem skill level is huge for this build. Like, can you do it on Tactician? Yes. Is it best on Tactician? Like, I don't think no. No. Like, I haven't played it, obviously. Like, again, stacking these is huge. And you wouldn't have to, like, giga stack Spirit on all your slots, right? To, like, maximize this. But I don't think you need 7 of 8, 9 of these Trail of Caltrops. I think if you got 4 or 5 links of it, that would be fine. And then... yeah. I don't know, though, obviously. But I just don't want to... I don't know. I just don't want to play the Tactician. It's just boring. The pin was fun on, like, the Ballista build, but I don't really want to do it on this build for some reason. I don't know. Can you take it for a run to show it off? Fuck no. It's awful in mapping. It's also not even set up. I literally just, like, did it in, like, not even in maps. Like, it is not set up at all. All I did was, like, set that up to test the interaction to see if, like, all of the Caltrops were actually, getting the support gems of all of them, right? How would Caltrops work against bosses that don't move? Let me see if I can find the clip I saw. Let me find it. Here we go. You won't have sound, but I'll try and get it on screen. Okay. This is the video I saw the other day. So it doesn't even matter that the boss isn't even moving. He's just dodge rolling on top of the boss, and it's just taking a buttload of damage. I think this guy's playing Amazon, and he's utilizing, like, the cheese accuracy techniques and stuff. So it's possible, like, that, like, and the accuracy scaling stuff is just so OP. Like, I imagine that's where a lot of his damage is coming from. But... yeah, I don't want to do it on an Amazon. If I do it, I'm going to do it on a Ritualist or a Tactician, but I'm thinking Ritualist. So with Ritualist, how would it be better in your opinion? I don't know if it would be better. I just want a Ritualist. I want to do the bleed thing. What's it called? Blood Boil? And then I like the bonus from your additional rings and your amulet. But I just want to level a Ritualist. I don't have an Amazon or a Huntress, whatever it's called. I just want a Ritualist. Is this a new one or the old one? I don't remember if I put a new one in. Yeah, I have an artillery ballista guide on my channel for like 1 to 80, but it's pretty outdated. There's probably way better artillery ballista builds you can follow at this point. I leveled that character like the first 2 days of the patch, and then I haven't touched it. I haven't touched it since. So there's probably like a lot of meta shifts that I just didn't keep up with. So I would not necessarily recommend my artillery ballista build. Like, it's not bad. It got me to endgame really smoothly with no investment. So you could definitely dominate your way to endgame, but for like pushing Pinnacle content, it's going to be... I keep zoning in here to see if I've been in this one, and I keep forgetting to check. I'm just like zoning out. I have no idea. I have no idea, Crazy Odd. I've never done a Caltrops build, so... I do not know how important the accuracy scaling was for his build, but yes, he was accuracy scaling from when I watched it a week ago, or whenever he posted it. I have no idea if it worked on a Titan. I have no clue. I want to do it on a Huntress, just because I like Huntress as a theme. Also, Lazy Exile's been posting really cool Huntress, or excuse me, what is it called? Ritualist builds lately. With that Blood Boil spell, so I just want a Ritualist. I don't know, they seem really cool. Yeah, I love Ballista with Blue Flame Bracers. That's how I played it all at 0.1. Is recommended to start with full Thorns set at level 1 with Infernalist? I don't know about recommended. It's fun. There's lots of ways to level, though. Like, I doubt Thorns is, like, the fastest and best way of leveling. It's fun, but... There's, like, Essence Drain Contagion, there's Rake leveling, like... But yeah, the Ballista was great for the tactitional leveling stuff. The pin was fine, you know. It replaced the blue flame, so it allowed you to use different bracers for more damage, or gloves for more bracers. Or you could have ran blue flame with it for just the double crowd control. I saw a lot of people mixing in Siege Cascade. It's possible that I'm just like tilted over Tactician because three of the builds I wanted to play on Tactician going into 0.2 all had bugs in them or just were like not good. So I'm just like super salty over Tactician. Like the fact that the allies in your presence get a percentage of your weapons damage doesn't work on your totems. Like stuff like that is really lame. Because that was one of the reasons why I was going Tactician, was I wanted to run the pin ascendancy with the giving my totems more damage from my weapon. And then the minion build just didn't work out in any way on Tactician. It's for allies in your presence, so it works on some minions, but doesn't work on others. So, like, in my Lich Summoner build, summons of your summons don't count as your allies. They're allies of your ally. So, like, all the Flying Wasp and all of the Beetles I was summoning, they weren't getting the buffs from it. So, it was, like, the entire reason I went Tactician was to swap to a Summoner build like that and just, like, Giga buff all the spawns. But, that, like, allies of allies aren't my allies based off the code. No. I'm sure, and even the devs have said there was things about Tactician that are getting completely reworked, and they are not happy with Tactician, so... but yeah, I'm sure there's a Tactician build I'm going to visit soon. It might be the Caltrops build, but I don't know, I just really want a Ritualist. Like, doing a bleed Caltrops, because, like, when I think of Caltrops as a theme, right? If you were to, like, push somebody into, like, a bunch of Caltrops, they would just be, like, bleeding to death, right? So it just seems like a cool, from a theme perspective, just... Also, just the theme of a Ritualist, right? Like, they're these weird, gross summoner people. They seem like someone that would just have, like, a bunch of, like, thorns on the ground they'd be, like, killing people with. But if it doesn't work, the Lazy Exile... They've made videos about a Ritualist build that's, like, really cool in Delirium, where you're basically unkillable, but slowly killing everything with Blood Boil or whatever. It's like a pure AFK build. It looks really funny. I don't want to do that build exactly, but I want to see if there's a way I can incorporate some of that style into a unkillable Thorns build or something along those lines. It won't be better than the Warbringer, but it'll be like a fun alternative. When did they say that? In one of the interviews, they said the Ascendancy passive, specifically that was involving, it's the one where the totems only fire when you fire. I forget who said it. It was either Mark or, I think it was Mark, but he said they weren't happy with that one at all, and it was going to be replaced. Forget which one of them. I forget which interview and when it was said. But it was specifically about the ballista talent that when you fire, it fires. They specifically said they were unhappy with that one. It's getting changed or reworked or something along those lines. I got no clue, Sir Murloc. Haven't tried yet. Crackling Barrier is going to be cool. I just don't know. There's just not enough support for Elemental Thorns at the moment, I feel, to like make it better than Physical Thorns. I just feel like Physical Thorns is just probably peak Thorns right now. But I just haven't tried yet, so I could be just completely sleeping on Elemental Thorns, but I just think Physical Thorns is just by far the best. Nice, Evil Stir. I played Living Bomb. Dude, Living Bomb, I tried to make work 3 different times in 0.1. And it was like, it was always good as like a secondary skill. It was never good enough for bossing. Like, it could kill Waystone 15s, okay. But when you started doing hard content, Living Bomb's DPS was just never good enough for me. I tried it on a Titan, and I tried it on a Blood Mage. And I want to say I tried it on one other character, but I know I tried it really hard to make it work on both Blood Mage and on... oh, I tried it on an Infernalist, too. I tried it on Blood Mage, Infernalist, and Titan. And it was just always like, Living Bomb is freaking awesome. The problem was in 0.1, so many of the spells scaled primarily from gem skill levels, and anything without a Prism of Belief or ways to scale like those things was just difficult to do. Like, not being able to affect its quality and stuff. I haven't tried it in 0.2, but I really, really liked Living Bomb. Living Bomb was super fun in 0.1. Yeah, it's really good at, like, exactly, Yeti, exactly. It's, like, really fun on, like, the Titan was the most fun I had with it because of, like, the instant explosions. You would literally just hold left click and it would just be like, boom, 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 and mapping. Like, it was so much fun. You could get, like, chain bombs off because they would, like, instantly detonate, right? Because with Titan, you would path, like, here's what the path I did on the Titan. You would come here, and you'd get the reduced skill effect duration nodes. And with Hulking Form, you're boosting these. So, and then you path all the way up to here, and you get these reduced skill... Which one is it? Where's the reduced skill effect? Is it these ones? Yeah, reduced skill effect duration here. And I think with, like, all of these nodes, it was, like, 80% reduced skill effect duration. And then with all the magnify... Like, you get all the spell radius stuff here, and you can get, like, a really massive explosion. And you would just walk through the map, boom, 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 boom. But for bossing, like, it just couldn't do any difficult content. Like, at one point I called it my Bomberman Titan. I was going to do, like, a Bomberman-themed video, or a build, where it was, like, Living Bomb mixed with Frost Bomb. Because I was trying to, like, fix bossing by doing bossing with, like, a bomb style. But, even mixing in Frost Bomb, it wasn't enough to kill bosses. Like, reasonably fast. It just seemed like if you're gonna go Living Bomb, it would have been like a secondary support skill. Like, you had to do something, like, further to get it the boss better. I hope it's better now. I haven't played it, obviously. But I loved it in 0. Like, it was my favorite leveling build, probably in 0.1. Like, leveling, if you had 4 or 5 good living bomb staffs to upgrade to throughout the campaign, with some good gem skill level upgrades for, like, fire spells and stuff throughout the campaign, like, living bomb was awesome to level with. And even through white to red maps, it was really good. It's just, at a certain point, it just stopped scaling, which was unfortunate because it was so fun. Oh, am I dead? Whew. Oh, spicy. Sometimes I overestimate myself on this build because the Warbringer gets so tanky with that 80% block chance. Only 46% here. Yeah, I liked it a lot on my Blood Mage. Also, just being able to scale its crit was huge. Because if I recall, Living Bomb only had a 5% crit chance base in 0.1. I might be wrong there. I remember Living Bomb had a low base crit chance, I think. Wow, he's really not going to proc it? There we go. No tornado for you! Yeah, I forget which one of my characters I did it on, Mr. Photon. I leveled with those boots for a very long time. Like, I think I got them in the campaign at like level 53, and I didn't even like commit to any build until like level 90. I just like, those boots were good enough to clear maps for like until level 90, and it's like, alright, well, I guess I'll just do another build now. I'll stop using these boots. I never actually tried investing into those boots, but those boots themselves were like, on their own, were insane last patch. I don't know if they're still as good. I have a pair in my stash. But I remember when I leveled with them, they were just... all you needed was that first kill, and then... easy peasy. The entire screen, just... you walked your way through it. I kind of understand why they got rid of so many jewel slots. It was just like, I promise you, if there were still all these jewel slots here, every single one of my builds would be prioritizing jewel slots. Like, all of my builds from 0.1 looked kind of the same. They were hugging the outside, getting as many, or hugging either the outside or the inside track, getting every single fucking jewel node as possible, and every one of my builds, every single one of them, had like 10 to 14 jewels in them by the end of the patch. Like, jewels were just so strong, especially with Adorn setups, so I completely get why they removed some of them. Like, a majority of my builds were just defaulting to, you have to go a path that had as many jewels as possible. So I get why they removed as many as they did. I honestly feel like it's made my builds feel more fun to make. From a build creator's perspective, I've enjoyed it more. I don't know, it's just... it has freed me up, I feel like, to... because now I'm no longer jewel hunting at all. At all, I don't like prioritize going for jewel slots. If I get jewel slots now, I happen to get jewel slots. Like, they're, you know, and I think I prefer that. And if you were to still do an Adorn setup, I still think you could pull off a lot of jewels, but before it was just like, yeah. I hate the escort. It's always the scariest part for this build just because of all the chaos damage. Like, that guy could have one-shot me if that went off. His slam. that's a big nerf, Photon, damn. Half? Okay. Yeah, that's going to be considerably less damage. Not saying it wasn't a justified nerf, though. 'Cause like I said, I literally leveled from, like, 56 to, like, 90 with the same pair of boots. And all I was doing was stepping on shit.
I can practically see your ego swelling. Strikes at your heart.
50% seems like a lot, though. No, I don't want to bring people along. Sorry, Evil. So I did miss the message, but I don't see where you said it. Once I do that kind of shit once, it's gonna be like a non-stop thing. I'm just gonna, you know, I'm a solo gamer anyway. Yeah, I miss CI builds. I haven't done a single CI build this entire patch. Chaos stuff is just so, like, it's everywhere, man. Ritual has so much chaos stuff. Oh, did I put the thing in the wrong tab? I think I did. Fate? Yeah. Okay. Some of these, so like, for the first couple weeks, Soul Cores and stuff wasn't doing well, but I watched a Rornarary video. I don't know how to say his name. I'm sorry if I completely butchered it. Rornarary. Runnerary, I don't know how to say his name, but he did a video where he did 50 Temple of Chaoses, and the price of the Soul Cores was getting a lot better. I did like a couple last night, and I made like 3 to 4 divines in like an hour and a half. I did do a couple, I did a lot in that time, but some of them sell for like over 100 exalts now. So I've just been doing shield trial farming.
The challenger returns.
I've always done 5 and 6 through Sanctum. People have told me you can do it through Ultimatum, but I don't know what level bracket version you have to do to unlock those points. I have never actually done it, Evil Stir. Yeah, like, it's back to being like it was last patch, Rune.
You're making a fool
So,
of me.
I'm happy about that. I love Ultimatum farming. Again, this isn't the best Ultimatum farm build just because it's a little bit squishy. But I think I can fix that. I can, yeah.
Challenger, prove yourself worthy of chaos.
No problem, NPC. I'm having fun with it too, man. Need to do the 10 one time. So yeah, just clear the 3 bosses once and you should get it. Oh, that sucks. I was gonna say, Evil Sir, have you tried going into the Forbidden Trove? But it sounds like you've tried buying a carry.
Just because you drown in a sanguine flood.
I'll do some mapping later too, and probably play one of my other characters for a little bit, but for the most of the stream, it's going to be a currency farm. I just need to make a lot of money right now. So it's probably just going to be chill ultimatum farming. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff I want to try, Galmir. Like, there's this scepter that, like, makes your minions do more chaos damage for, like, each minion you have, like, undead or something you have in your presence or something. I think it's called Dark Defiler. There's, like, a lot of stuff I need to test. The problem is, like, I was working really hard on that build, and then, like, literally as I was, like, starting to optimize it, GGG removed the Gilded Beetle from the game. And, like, since it got removed, like, I don't want to, like, optimize right now. Like, I don't want to spend all this time figuring it out just for Gilded Beetle to come back, and then Gilded Beetle optimization makes me want to, like, invest into other stuff or something, right? Like, it might end up still being the exact same copied over to the Gilded Beetle style, but the fact that it got removed and it was just so much fun, like, I just want to, like, we're going to pause the build for now. It's not dead. I'm going to wait until Gilded Beetle comes back. Hopefully it's soon. And then I'm going to go test all of that weird stuff. Like chaos damage with minions, doing the Dark Defiler, like Wither and stuff. Like we're going to test all of that whenever Gilded Beetle's back. But yeah. That's where my head's at with it right now. I was really sad Gilded Beetle got removed. And like I love the build. I'm not done with it. I'm going to give GGG like a couple weeks. Is your Beetle not working? It got removed from the game. It got hotfixed out of the game. It got disabled like a day or two ago.
Cling to life.
I heard it was, like, this could be a lie. Someone in my chat said that assholes were using the Gilded Beetle to DDoS the servers. They found an exploit with its minion. Like, because the Gilded Beetle would spawn minions, like, consistently. And these people were using Gilded Beetles to fill maps with thousands and thousands of them. Again, this could be a lie. This is just, like, a comment someone left on one of my videos. But they said that assholes were just using it to like, essentially DDoS their servers from inside. Right? You're using a game mechanic to just, like, cause the game to, like, process too many units, and yeah. That is what I heard is the reason it got disabled for. I don't know if that's true, but... And if that is the reason, then you would hope it's back soon, right? Like, they just, like, put a cap to how many minions it could spawn or whatever, right? If it's not back, like, within a week or two, I don't know. Someone said there was an exploit they were using to get them to spawn more. So, I don't know what they were doing. Again, this is just a comment that was on one of my videos, so I have no idea if it's even true. But that could have been why it got disabled, and if that is why, then hopefully it's back soon, and then I can continue iterating on that build. If it's not back soon, like we'll give it like 2 weeks, and eventually I'll probably be bored by then. I'll be like, all right, let's see what we can do to push this minion build further. Yep, Brune, the free spirit bug where you can get free spirit is super annoying. Ooh, I hate all of these. These are like the 3 most annoying one. Fuck, I hate all of these. Because all of these are not, like, these are not hard. They're just brain on. Like, the reason I play Reflect builds and Ultimatum is because I just want to walk through them and not care. But you have to care about all 3 of these. Ugh. Impending Doom is annoying. Stalker Shade's the least annoying, but I just can't ever stop. What would you choose if that's the case? What are we referring to? X games. I forgot what we were discussing. Oh, if the Beetle doesn't come back, I would just keep using the Queen. God, I already know I'm gonna get hit by it. I'm gonna die to this thing. I don't know the last time I've taken it. Yeah, the problem with my Lich Summoner, is it's playing the Unearthed style, so that just requires your brain on to a certain extent. My Titan Archer build last patch was the most brain off build I've ever done. That build was fun. Yeah, it would probably just be more focused on the Brood Queen, because unless there's another summoner minion, I would just like stack more Brood Queens. Yeah, I hate this one. You can ask a crafting question, but I'm a noob at crafting, so my answer might not be good. Or my answer might be ask somebody else. I don't craft ever, so. I have one lazy... I actually was thinking about making a video called Lazy Crafting, because there's one way I make currency right now, through crafting, and it actually kind of... It's made me like over 1,000 exalts. But it's like the laziest bullshit crafting advice ever, so I don't think it's good advice. But no, I'm not like... You can ask, but I'm not a crafting expert at all. I don't like crafting. I just want to trade... I want to get currency, give my currency to someone else, so they give me gear I want to use. That's the life I want to live. I just want to do... I don't... Maybe when I'm more, like, when I've played this game like 10,000 hours or something, I'll be bored to the point that... I hate all of these. I'll be bored to the point that I'll enjoy crafting more, but... Right now, like, because I do weird builds, I just want to get the gear I want for those builds without, like, friction. I have not tried Ray Zombie yet. I have heard it is awful. I want to try to do a Suicide Bomber build. Find one of those minions that, like, it runs in and explodes. I don't know if those work, but I've always wanted like a Baneling Bomb build. There were 2 exploding minions. They both got disabled fast. Gotcha. All the fun ones probably got disabled fast. GGG said that there was going to be some broken ass shit, and all the cool ones were obviously going to be broken, so... I'm not surprised people were immediately attracted to exploding mobs, because that sounds like one of the most fun archetypes to do, is just infinite spawning like bombs. The Treant got disabled within an hour. Damn. Hopefully that patch post-Easter has a lot of good things coming. The Flaming Pig was a thing for a bit? Oh, really? Oh, yeah, the Flaming Pig's from Act 1. Oh, man, that would have been a fun minion build. Oh, dude, a real Oink build? Oh. Yeah, if Oinks ever come back, that's one of the first builds I'm making a... Yeah. An Oink build sounds so fun.
Almost there.
Those minions are cool. Damn. I like that idea. Dude, I keep getting really weird. Like, this is the weirdest temple run I've had. Like, I keep getting all the modifiers I avoid. I've never actually taken the Petrify one. I don't even know what it looks like. I wonder if it's easy. Oh, it ain't crit, rip. That was a weak Weak ignite. Sometimes my ignites do like no damage. But sometimes they like one-shot the boss. Oh, I got petrified! Oh! First time that's happened! It's these things, these little babies. I see now. No, I got petrified! No! The ghost! No, the ghost! This is the worst ultimatum I've ever done. It's 7 hits, so I've been hit twice. That's so funny. Petrify plus the ghost is such a troll combo I just pranked myself with. This is gonna be hard.
Display of might. Needs more slowly.
Gazzy recently made a video about the list of all possible specters. Oh, I've seen the document, yeah. I looked through it. Well, I looked through it for the minions I was using, because, yeah, it's hard for me to, like, look at that doc and go, oh, that minion looks fun. I have to, like, look at the minion, and then I go, oh, okay, this minion looks cool. Let's go see if the doc tells me if it's got potential or something, but... I don't like this petrify shit. This is my first time ever doing it, and it's like my second time ever doing the fucking... Oh, the chaos damage blasted my butt. No. We're gonna rip this run, boys. Alright. 2 more rooms left. True to Toru. I'm gonna write his name down, Rune. I'm gonna watch his videos, 'cause I've been wanting to learn more about specters. True to Toru. I'll watch his videos later tonight. Because, yeah, I'd rather watch a video of someone, like, breaking that down for sure. It'll probably be more helpful. Bro. Like, and this is the worst one. I hate volatile fiends, because if you get stunned when there's a bunch of them about to go off, it's an auto L, right? Like, why do I... This is, like, the worst run ever. I've got no chaos res, so this one's just, like, asking to get one shot. Alright, you know what? This run is already, like, insanely hard. We might as well add volatile fiends. Fuck it. Let's make this run... Let's just make this run as hard as possible. Oh, my God. Volatile fiends on this one? I'm dead. I'm dead. How long till I die, boys? Here they come. Here they come. Here they come. I'm so scared. Ah, ah. Oh, I'm so scared. No, petrified. Dead. 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 Whoever at GGG designed some of these ultimatum penalties, they're dickheads. What an insanely obnoxious combo to have. I had the ghost, the petrify, and the fucking volatile things. I should have taken the Ring of Doom, obviously, but... Never take petrify. That was literally my first time ever trying petrify. I've never taken it before. I've never done it before. I didn't even realize the statues were big dumb babies. Vola's worse, yeah, I hate that one. That one is just like, if you get stunned or slowed or frozen or anything as those bombs are going off, there's like, it's an auto L.
Let's not make a habit out of losing.
See, like, where were all of these ones that entire run? Well, not this one. Fuck you. We're never doing you again. First and only time seeing that one. Those bombs are sick.
Challenge awaits.
Yeah, if that was a skill we could use, that would be awesome. Isn't there a corpse consumes wand that kind of does that? It's just not as powerful. So I guess we kind of have that. Was it called Volatile Dead? But it's just not as cool looking, I guess. It doesn't do the lightning. Zzz. Or does it? I haven't actually used it. I think I used it in a video once. It did like fire damage. I don't remember. Hey, I used that too, Nathan Pawn Play. I'm using that right now. I got From Nothing Diamond with Oasis, exactly like you said. And yeah, I'm doing the exact same. I got the 4 points here. I'm doing the fast acting toxins technique right now. And then I changed my anoint to lasting trauma. No, not detonate dead. There was a wand that had, I think it was called volatile dead. I'm pretty sure. I had a wand that was like using corpses to do an attack. But yeah, I'm using lasting trauma as my anoint now, and I've got the fast acting toxins tech set up. Oh yeah, bomb specters. Yeah. He's contributed the most to that spreadsheet. What a legend. Yeah, that's the kind of work that I just don't have the patience to do. So, for the people that do those patients, they have all my respect and admiration. Because I just could not do that.
I'll wipe that smile off your face.
By the way, do you use level 59 4 floors? No, I'm using level 80s.
Coagulated masses before you.
I think some of them are level 79s. I just use whichever ones I get when I map. And those are usually level 80 or 79 that drop.
Hold your ground, if you can.
Yeah. Bomb specters would be cool. Honestly, there's just so many cool specters you can do. Why do you use Rapid Assault? It's to aggravate Ignite on bossing. I'm using Scytha's Spear, which aggravating any bleeding with this weapon also aggravates all ignites on the target. So Rapid Assault just has lots of hits in a second with Lacerate, so you have just a really good chance of igniting during that time, and then you're going to aggravate them with the same attack. You could try it with Rake too, but I'm using Rapid Assault right now. But yeah, just to aggravate bleed. Or it's the bleed plus aggravate ignite. Or whatever. Yeah, I haven't tried any detonate dead builds yet.
This is just a warm-up.
Saw your build change 10 minutes ago and can't put that in. Put what in? Oh, you're talking about the From Nothing? Gotcha. Yeah, that's like a... You know, one of the chase pieces, probably. Have fun, Evil Sir. Take care, man. How much is that secondhand weapon? It's cheap, I'm sure. I had it forever. I just got it as a drop, but I doubt Scytha's Spear is expensive. It's probably only an Exalt. Like, you don't need anything in... Just get one. You don't need a good one, you know?
to life.
Yep. If reflect builds aren't for you, Mon Carlos, play the ranged wand style for sure. Reflect builds aren't for everybody. This build is very flexible once you like the cooler peon style where you mix in range specs, and there's a lot of people playing this style with range spells on PoE Ninja. Reflect is definitely more niche and not as good. It is not as good. It is an alternative play style. But any style you have to take damage to get hit, like I could be putting all these points into defense that I had in defensives into just raw DPS and stuff. And I wouldn't need the 2 uniques for Thorns. Could work in Alpha's Hal, you know? But it's still obviously very fun with Reflect. Yeah, Thorns is just Thorns, you know? Thorns is cool. I can't believe how crazy that Petrify shit was. That one Petrify that I died to felt like it lasted an hour. Yeah, like, I don't have the really expensive jewels yet, but the 2% max life jewels, they're like 9 divines each right now, so that's what I'm farming for, is to buy 3 of them. And the only reason I'm willing to farm for them is because I would use them in other builds.
This is just a war.
I don't like investing that much into one build, but because those have value in multiple builds, I might as well, you know. Oh, interesting, Ripping.
Don't stare for too
Yeah, it's really easy to get high crit chance with Thorns. So that's a, you know. Interesting to note, though. Yeah, because obviously I don't have the perspective of trying the other style. I can only see the benefits you would get, like, visually from playing it. But, yeah, obviously. And, like, my crit right now is 73%. That's without these 3 nodes here. I dropped these 3 nodes to get, I think it was just another jewel or something. I could start putting, like, my next 2 levels. I could probably put them towards this. But when I had this here, I was at like a 93% critical hit chance, which felt really good. I took it away because like 93 just felt like an overkill. There are times where I don't crit, like very rarely it feels awkward, but if I put 3 points back into here, which like I would take this point away probably and just at 94 would get it. I'd be at 94%, 93% crit right now, so yeah, you're right, yeah. There's a big benefit to the Thorn style for the crit at least aspect.
Leave not but corpses.
You only gain like 100 life? Gotcha. Yeah, I saw that my Ritualist build, like one of the Ritualist builds I want to do, it uses them, and then they would be good in my Warbringer, obviously. Just like getting more life in general is nice on like a lot of characters, but you know, maybe like after farming for a day or 2, I decide I'd rather use those divines on my next build, and I don't buy them, so either way, this currency is either getting used to make this build better, or my next build. And it might go to my next build, to be honest. I'll live in the moment, you know. Sometimes I just find a unique and I'm like, oh, this looks fun. Like Jungron just released a video, the Frozen Orb Staff Snake Pit Pearl Ring build. I was wanting to do a build like that like a week ago when I found that staff, right? And then look how awesome that build ended up being. So, you know, sometimes like when you see a unique or an item and you feel like, oh, this could be cool, just go for it. Just give that build a try. Because it could lead to something awesome. I was going to do it with Fireball, though. He was doing it with Frozen Orb. I was wanting to do it with Fireball and just get like 1 billion projectiles on screen, but his build was way cooler. But that's the point, is like, sometimes, like, I could, like, right now I'm saying, like, I'm going to farm a bunch of Divine to upgrade this character, but maybe tomorrow, like, I'm like, oh, this build seems really fun, and I got, like, 5 Divine that I could invest into it. Let's go. I'm just, like, not 100%, like, I want to do a Caltrops build, but it just seems like it's going to be so bad for mapping. Like, I don't want to map with Caltrops. Like, dodge rolling around the map. Like, the bossing, I know it can do bossing, but for mapping, like, it just seems so awful. So, the Fire Charm is definitely getting changed, Marcus. You should definitely expect it to get changed, and that change will probably initially be a nerf. There are just some interaction with it that just seem wrong or scaling incorrectly. I imagine GGG is fixing some of the interactions with it, which will be like, oh, okay, that's a nerf. But often when they nerf things like this, or they fix bugs with it, especially if there's like a popular playstyle around it, they compensate those bug fixes with buffs. So while, like, just, if you, like, just be, this, it's gonna get changed. I'm like 90% sure something about Beerus is getting changed, whether that's the crit scaling or something else about it, I'm not sure. But more than likely, I don't think it's gonna get deleted from the game. I could be wrong, but from my understanding is there is definitely a bug with Beerus and how it's scaling. So you can imagine that's getting adjusted. But GGG might be like, oh, well, people are like playing with it this way, so we're going to buff it to where it still can get enabled, but yeah. Well, most people are playing this on Infernalist, so, like, I'm on Infernalist. So we don't have the Warrior Curse. Well, the Self-Ignite's not going anywhere. That's functioning correctly, but there's like... its damage off of crit scaling seems to be really weird. But who knows? Maybe this is what GGG intended. But I expect it to, like... and I don't expect it to get nerfed tomorrow. I imagine if it gets nerfed, it'll be in 0.3. Well, GGG said that Righteous Fire is coming, but it's going to look very different in PoE 2. So I don't even know if we're going to get Righteous Fire how it traditionally worked in PoE 1. This might be the closest thing we get to a Righteous Fire build. Like, if you're talking about, like, from a functionality standpoint, like, you ignite, you're like taking ignite damage and you're killing stuff around you. This might be the closest thing to that, like, that we have for PoE 2. Because GGG said something along the lines of Righteous Fire is going to look different in PoE 2. I don't know how different. They hinted that it's coming with Templar, which is like 2 to 3 patches away, I'm guessing, so it's not soon either. But there is a big fan base. Like, it's crazy how often in my builds that people like will reference Righteous Fire. I never played Righteous Fire in PoE 1.
Not many make it this far.
I was only a Cyclone player there. Jesus, man, I am just getting fucked on all of these modifiers sometimes. Usually my runs are like really chill.
Blood is the key.
I mean, some of y'all are just like the Gigaist Doomers on the planet. Not every build, like, if a build gets nerfed, it doesn't mean it doesn't survive. Like, a nerf doesn't mean it can't be playable. Will it get nerfed? Yes. But what do you mean it won't survive? Like, if you can only play builds that are giga busted, then yeah, you should expect that every single build you play that's a giga busted build will not survive. Because no one wants giga busted builds. But, like, the playstyle will live. They're not going to delete it from the game. It's just going to not one-shot the screen from level 56. Or whatever level you start with it, right? Like, the build's literally OP from the moment you start it. They're going to nerf it somehow, but it'll survive. Like, why would it be in the game if they didn't want it to be part of functioning builds? Like, all of these uniques combined together, like, this is clearly a playstyle that is an intended style from them. That's my thought. That's exactly, Michael, exactly. It's like, why was it added if they don't want it to function this way, you know? It's just overtuned. But this is like a really cool build. Like, this is what PoE exists for. Is a combo like this. Pragmaticism, Bjornborn, and what is it called? Bijuborn and Bira is like, this is what this game exists for, is, you know, crazy loops like this. And it's not a style that's like, this style's like giga broken. I can't, like, I tried Breach +2 last night. Breach +2, and I was getting my ass kicked. I couldn't clear it because I was dying to the boss.
Now this is starting.
You know, this is not obviously purely been maxed, but, you know, it's not like it's the most OP build. It is broken, though. But, like, this build, I got my ass kicked in, at least with the style I'm playing. The style where you have to get hit to do damage. Like, I just was getting my ass kicked. And I can't clear Delirium 1 on it, either. I tried a Delirium +1 on the build last night. And I got to, like, wave 13 and died. Obviously, there's skill issues there. I'm not the best player. But, and my gear, again, is not min-max, but, you know. If this build was, like, AFK farming all of that content, then yes, it would need to be obliterated. But it'll just get tweaked. Honestly, what makes it most overpowered is Alpha's Howl, to me. Like, just the presence radius in general. Like, the fact that you can clear such a large screen is what makes it so impressive. But that took investment, right? Like, Alpha's Howl's not cheap. I don't know. Like, to me, this isn't the most overpowered build, I guess. It's good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not, like, trying to downplay the build. And expect a nerf in some way, shape, or form. But, like, there are way more busted things, right? I just like to slap them in because I don't know which ones I have copies of yet. It's hard to tell the pictures apart. I think that makes sense, Ripping. Like, the percent getting changed, it makes sense. But it's just, again, it's not like, even with the aggregate bleed, like, I'm not dumpstering bosses, you know? Something about it needs to be nerfed for mathing, but, like, you can't nerf its damage too hard. Well, at least with the style I'm playing, I'm not dominating bosses, like, for, like, Pinnacle content. We need a rarity flask backup. Yeah. I'm curious what their plan is with Flask long term. Flask right now are really boring. I think I prefer Flask like this than PoE 1 Flask. By a lot. But I think they should merge a lot of the old flasks with these two flasks. Like, this should be like, you know how like you had all the resistance flasks, and you had like Quicksilver flask, and then you had all the unique flask. Like, I should be able to get a Quicksilver life flask, or a resistance mana flask. Like, they need to merge those flasks, because I don't want to bring back 5 flasks, and obviously I don't want to give up one of these flasks to get a Quicksilver flask. But like, the flasks are just boring right now. There's literally no thought into them. There's really no thought into them. Like, you just get a good one and it heals you, it gives you mana, and that's it, right? Like, they need to add something fun there.
Where will your choices bring you this time? Best not rest on your laurels just yet. Lightning descends.
See, those are all modifiers I like taking. Those are the ones that my runs are usually filled with. Is like get hit or grasping vines, and the heart one, the lightning one. Hey, how's it going, Sour? Give me that. I just hope the Gilded Beetle's back soon. I really am having fun on that Lich build, but I just don't want to invest into it more until I find out if the Gilded Beetle will be back soon. There's supposed to be a patch coming sometime after their Easter holiday break, and I'm waiting for that one. Exactly, as well, Marcus. Once you get like a lot of life on kill or mana on kill, like especially since glove rolls can roll so high, like flasking are just nothing right now. But if I was like also had like, if you had to choose, like I could use my flask charges for life or Quicksilver, and like I might burn my life flasks to go faster, right? Like that's an interesting gameplay element. So yeah, I think they need to do something with Flask. Charms are super boring right now. Like, this is the most fun Charms has gotten to me. And obviously it's like a charm build, right? So like, that's the coolest Charms you're gonna get. Otherwise, they're just super boring. They're just like a weird defensive layer. But outside of this, like, outside of this very niche build, Charms are also pretty boring right now, but Flask need work bad. We'll do some mapping after this build. The other cool charms are super pricey. Rite of Passages. What's Rite of Passages? That's not a unique I'm aware of. It has been a long time since I've played PoE 1 endgame, like 2 years, but yeah, I heard that, like, it wasn't used to be that way, but apparently that in PoE 1 now you can automate your flask. Which again is just basically charms at that point. But I had never played with that system. I had quit PoE 1 at that point, or taken a break from it rather. I think quit is the wrong word. I was waiting for this game. Was the third one? It's just the bleed one. I was running a bleed. I was running a bleed charm, just the base one.
This is just
So it's just like, if I'm already running a bleed rune, why not run this one that's giving me consecrated ground too, right? Like, there was no reason not to add this one since I was just using the bleed one. And it was cheap. I think I actually had it in my stash, never mind.
nothing of flesh and brittle bone.
Splinter of Lorda, yeah, I like the aggravate bleed on this one. The aggravate at night.
And retreat.
It's just such a huge damage spike. It's like with double damage or whatever, right? So hard to give that up. But I have not tried Splinter of Lorda yet for this build. But aggravate bleed's pretty insane. I mean, I don't have to make leveling guides. I'm not a leveling guide creator. If I make a leveling guide, it's just something you should be appreciative of. That is a bonus. But get that kind of talk out of here. I'm disappointed that I didn't do a leveling guide. Don't put that pressure on me. I do what I want to do. I do the content I find enjoyable. Having to sit there and do a full campaign leveling guide, something I'm not really qualified to do. Act by act breakdowns of what slots are better here and there. Like, there's already so much of that content on YouTube. I would not excel at it, and I would not enjoy doing it. I don't know. And for this build, you level to 54 and then you start this build. So what am I supposed to do? Do 5 different variations on how you get to level 54 and then swap to this? Like, no, I'm not interested in that kind of content. If I happen to level up a build style and I feel like I have enough footage and knowledge of that leveling style that I can maybe incorporate it into a leveling build, but I really dislike that sentiment that you're disappointed in me for not doing that. Like, nah, dog. This whole thing is my hobby, you know? This isn't my career or my, you know, whatever. You know, it's cool that I'm getting the support and stuff from people, and I want to make this channel as big as I can, but don't put that weird pressure on me.
Impressive.
Maybe your phrasing was poorly there, but like when I hear you're disappointed in me, like that makes me feel bad. And it's like I'm not trying to be a leveling guide creator, you know. So why are you making me feel bad for something that I, you know, not necessarily wanted to do? I guess it's just that the disappointed is what is rubbing me the wrong way. But I am autistic, so I just misunderstand people consistently. I'm socially unaware a lot of the times. But like, if I were to make a leveling guide for this, I would have to go get footage for this, so I'd have to go level a brand new character for it, just to give an example, right? But I would have to, like, go get new footage for it, and then I would have to, like... To me, like, if I were to do a leveling guide, I would have to test different stuff out while leveling. So, to me, if I were to do a proper leveling guide, I would have to level the character 2 to 3 times to test different things. Like, that's how my brain would process doing a leveling guide, is, like... Versus, like... If it was an attachment to the build, where, like, this just happened to be how I leveled, right?
At your heart.
Well, at one point, maybe what you're referring to, Ultramasi, is at one point I had a talent setup that was set up for this build for the early levels, and that portion on the mobalytics got deleted somehow. and someone asked me what happened to the leveling talents, and I said, oh, I'll try and get them re-added soon. But I couldn't remember what the passive points was for that, but a full-on guide I was never intending on making. But there was, I think, at one point, like, 2 sections, or maybe that was a different build, but I think it was with this build. There was 2 sections of the written guide that had passive points for, and then somehow I got the section deleted. But I just don't remember what I had leveled as for that character, so I couldn't rebuild the passive trees. Sorry for that long-winded, probably overreaction. But yeah, that's why I feel about leveling content. It's just I don't feel like I'm qualified to make a leveling content. I don't know. I'm willing to show you how I leveled, I guess, but make an actual leveling guide, I'm not confident in doing that. Because I feel like I kind of suck at leveling. I rely on twink gear a lot. Thanks, Saggy. Sorry, Ultra. That's probably just on me, then, for misinterpreting. Appreciate your nice words. Isn't Ultimatum the only enjoyable content in the game? I like Ultimatum when I'm streaming because it's like really brain off for the most part. Like if you get the good modifier rolls, like it's for most builds, like you don't have to think and I can talk to chat. Like so for streaming, I like Ultimatum. No, kill him before the tornado! No! No! Look at that little sliver. Hit me. There we go. Oh, we didn't hit him with it. I was too far away. Come on, bird, hit me. Bro, he is being a real diva today. Would you just hit me with an attack? Not the lightning one. There you go. Jeez. Me and this guy being real divas today. Yeah, the tornado is not instant wind-up obliteration anymore, at least.
Understandable. If you're a little tired, the exceptional are more common than you think.
Yeah, if I were to do a leveling guide, it would be for Thorns. I don't know if it would be for this build, because you don't level as this build. What's the earliest you do it? 52? Yeah, it's just like... The leveling guide would be, here's how you level as Essence Train Contagion until 52, and then you do this build, and you're already in endgame, you know? It's a little different, I guess. Is this the updated tree gameplay? Yes, sir, Kenneth. And honestly, it feels about the same as the previous style. I would say it's probably better overall. Like from a feel style, though, it's the exact same. But, bossing does feel better, I guess. It was just a lot of currency with the From Nothing. Not a lot. I think the From Nothing I got was... It was either 1 or 2 divines. I think I got it for 1 divine yesterday, but it might have been 2. So the From Nothing is like an expensive ad. But I'm happy with the state of the build. Yeah, like at one point I was path down here and I was actually getting lasting trauma. These res points were obviously good, but I've had to drop them for now. I'm thinking about dropping this whole area because it's like it's okay, but it's like this. I'm thinking about dropping this whole area. This whole area might end up getting scrapped. This is all still the same. This is all still the same. I did end up dropping these points, and then it was just maximizing crit. So I just like went as far as I could to get crit. Which got me more jewel nodes too, which is obviously nice. But, yeah, like, it's possible this area gets dropped for more defensives. Like, if I could drop this and maybe go back up the res cap, or I get another jewel node. I'm not sure. I could also drop this and, like, I could repath, like, to go up here and then get these aura magnitude stuff. Because a bigger aura would really help. For blasphemy. So it's not purely optimized yet, but it's something. No, I haven't tried any poison builds yet this patch.
See your ego swelling.
Poison builds coming soon. I just don't know what yet. Maybe on a Thorns? I wanted to revisit my shield charge poison build, but I heard somebody did that already in the first few days of the patch. Like, apparently shield charge builds were pretty popular really early on or something, so I don't feel the need to super revisit it if people have already, like, proven it's good. It was a fun build, though. I will play it again this patch. Maybe on a Titan. What do you see better potential? This one, I mean, I haven't seen what this one looks min-maxed, but I've been struggling with Pinnacle content on this build. Like, Delirium is really hard, and I tried Breach +2, and I kept getting one-shot. Now, I'm not, like, fully optimized with, like, the best gear setup yet, so that might get better with, like, better gear. But my Warbringer is fucking unkillable. Like, I'm confident my Warbringer could clear all Pinnacle content. Maybe not Delirium 4, but everything else, right? My Warbringer is just so fucking tanky. It might not have the better DPS, but it'll live through basically anything. Whereas this build, I'm pretty nervous on this build a lot of times. So, for, like, general farming and mapping, this build's way better. This build's way better, especially for investment costs. Like, this build is really cheap to get online. Thorns takes a lot of investment. But I think if I was to go do +4 Arbiter, don't know if I would do it on this build. I would probably do it on my Warbringer. Just because of how my +2 Breach went, like, maybe I can do one on stream later so you guys can see, but, like, I thought I was going to walk into +2 Breach on this build and kick its ass. And I lost all of my attempts. I was just dying over and over. I wasn't able to get it hit enough to kill him. Because all of his hits were just clobbering me. Bro, if I get Chernobog shield, how do I change your Thorns build? No clue. I haven't gotten that shield yet. I have no idea how you would optimize around it. I don't know if anything would change or the whole build would change, to be honest. I need to get him away from that lightning pad. Oh, you've almost got it, dude? Hell yeah. Oh, he took off as that thing procced. Damn, I'm jelly, man. I want a Chernobog. Oh, that missed. There you go. Yeah, I have no idea how Chernobog would fit. I wonder if it's good in this build. I wonder if it scales Beerez at all. You're just min-max, gotcha, Rune. Cool, then. You played the Eye of Winter version? Okay. Yeah, then if the damage can get there, that's fine. And there's ways to fix survivability. One thing I've done recently that I haven't done since that... What made me do this technique is that breach attempt, that breach boss attempt. The breach boss kicked my ass to the point where I was like, okay, I need a way to force like my damage on the people. And I didn't want to add spells, because that was just going to be lame, right? So I just added barbs to melee a spear stab right now. So, like, if I need to force activate a crit, I can just poke them until a barbs crit happens. So that's why I added barbs and bullseye to spear stab, just to start, like, because of that failed breach boss attempt. But I'm also just not optimized. I'm super not tanky and stuff, so... I'll go do a couple maps so you guys can see the build and maps again. But again, the main reason I like to do... is that one I already had? It was. Ultimatum on stream is it's just really easy to read chat with you guys. It's a really chill farm for chat. Usually during mapping, it's hard to read chat. It's not too bad with this build, though, especially since my block's up to 40-something%. What do you need help with? Where's my block at? 46. Let's do a couple maps. I don't have any citadels in sight right now. I need to, like, get a bunch of maps prepared for stream one day so I don't have to sit here looking through shit. Just need to craft a bunch off stream and then have a tab full of a bunch so I can just plow through and do a big mapping day. Maybe that's what I'll do tomorrow, is tonight off a stream, I'll craft a bunch of and buy a bunch of maps, and then I'll do a big mapping stream tomorrow where I, like, try and grind out 94 or something. Is patch released? What patch? Was there patch notes? Ooh, there's a feral megalith. Let's go for that. Oh, I hate Hidden Grotto. Fuck. I'm straight up just gonna burn this map. Watch. This is how much I fucking hate the Hidden Grotto boss. I refuse to do that piece of shit. I am boycotting the Hidden Grotto boss until he gets changed. He's a real son of a bitch. See ya, Hidden Grotto boss. Burned. No, he shouldn't be in there now that I've used that spot twice. The loot stuff? I don't think so. I don't think that's anytime soon. They said the first half of... Oh, it's first half of West next week. Okay, cool. So, less than a week away, I guess. Rune in my Twitch chat is saying they said the first half of next week. I mean, developing games is hard, and I can't imagine developing a game this complex. I'm sure their timelines are always... I'm sure they make timelines giving themselves wiggle room, and they'll say something thinking they have that much time, like, and they're being, like, generous with the time they need, and then they just get overwhelmed and they end up, like, way behind, so... Welcome to early access game development. You're gonna see this every single patch. You're gonna say, we think it's gonna be here, and it's gonna be delayed. So just buckle up for a lot of that, I imagine. I'm curious how they navigate the friction of patching for console, because console patching is so much more difficult than the PC patching. You couldn't pay me to play Diablo 4. And I was a big fan of, like, its first few patches. I didn't buy the most recent expansion, so there's no way I'm gonna play it, but even if I had the expansion, you ain't catching me playing it. If I'm playing anything that's not PoE 2, I'd go check out Last Epoch. But no, I have a long history with Blizzard developers. I used to travel the world for StarCraft and Heroes of the Storm. I've been paid as a contractor by Blizzard Entertainment. I've been heavily involved in the WoW scene. I've made Diablo content. I have negative respect for that company. Like, you couldn't, like, do anything to repair my, like, I know they've got some great people working on those teams that are trying their best, but they are so disorganized and have no vision or direction. They are just a skeleton of a company that's being propped up by strings, and these people are doing their best, but there are people at that company who shouldn't be in the positions they're in, or whatever you want to say. There's a billion reasons why, but I could literally rant for hours about how much I dislike Blizzard Entertainment and all the problems I have with them. You won't catch me creating content for a Blizzard game ever again. That's I have very personal issues with Blizzard. Like I said, I used to travel the world for them for Heroes of the Storm. I've been contracted to do work with them. And I've seen how they treat their employees, and I see how they treat their community. I will never promote another Blizzard game again. Nah, not for me. Maybe in like a couple years if they like get some good graces back, but I've seen them do nothing to change my perspective of them. Tensions in PO2 are so high. I mean, tensions are like only high if you go read the Reddit losers posts. Like, most of the people I interact with and talk in my chats love PoE2. I have no problems with this game. Like, there's no tensions here. Half of my comments, if you go look through them, you won't see any tensions because I ban the losers that are posting all that stupid nonsense. I'm cultivating a community who's not building that tension of PoE2. All those people causing the tension are losers who are just upset their favorite game hasn't been patched in a while, and they're taking their anger out on anyone around them. They're just hate watching the game, and that's where all the tension's coming from, but just avoid it. Don't go read the shitheads on Reddit. Hang out with streamers who are not cultivating this hate anger. You know, all these streamers, like, how many of your content creators did you see when this patch came out with a big frown face in the thumbnail? It's like, this has to change. And then 3 days later, there's a thumbnail of them smiling and a big thumbs up. The game's been saved. That's going to happen with these creators every fucking patch, no matter what the state of the game is, because they're just going to ride the hate wave and the community wave of just this weird cycle that PoE's got going on. But for the most of the people that I interact with, most people in my community, they don't think that way. The game has problems, but they fucking love it. If you're seeing tension around this game, it's because you're looking for the tension. I am having a blast with this game, and I just stay away from Reddit. Now I have to deal with all the morons who come to my channel and like constantly, like, if you're posting in my comments something about vision or meaningful combat, you're one of the losers I'm talking about, who just go into every single PoE2 YouTube video and YouTube short, and you're like, this is the vision they want, huh? The meaningful combat. You're the losers I'm talking about, right? Like, just stay away from those people. I ban them from my community. I don't give them second chance. Like, I don't give a fuck about them. Like, if you're that kind of, if you're hate watching this game, go find a life. I'm enjoying it, and I'm not willing to entertain it. I'm not willing to entertain it one bit. I understand that people are upset their favorite game hasn't been getting the attention it deserves. But if you're hate watching and spreading that kind of stuff, like, I don't, go away. There are plenty of people who are not letting that ruin their experience of this game. Not saying there isn't problems with this game and that these problems shouldn't be voiced. But, I'm referring to the dweebs. And they're very loud. But they are a minority, believe me. They are a minority. They are a loud minority, but they are a minority. I get way more positive and happy comments on my videos than I get these dorks. But they're just super loud. They're just super loud. That's all it is. And it's also possible because I have a different perspective because I work in game development. But, like, when I watch how GGG has reacted to patching in PoE 1 and how they've reacted to every single patch in 0.2, they are the most flexible, most communicative, like, there is no development team that I have ever interacted with in any game community that is better than GGG. So it's just like to see this constant swing, this momentum, like, these guys are the worst. Like, have you played their games before? You know they're not the worst. They make mistakes because making games is fucking hard, but once you point out the mistakes, they're gonna fix it because they're the best. And I'm not even a PoE 1 simp, like, I'm not even like one of their diehard fans, but like I can see how they operate and stuff. It's just, these guys are dorks. I don't know what else to call them. They're just chronically online and addicted to one game and they're upset. I don't know, but I genuinely feel like they are a minority. Because my comments are almost all nice people that are enjoying PoE 2. Did I get them all? I think I got them all. I feel like I missed one, but I guess I didn't. Yeah, exactly. Most big companies don't listen, and when they do listen, it's like those fireside chats from D4 where it's like they're trying, but you can tell they have no idea what they're doing with direction, and it's like fairly tone deaf, where it's like, even if GGG is wrong in their opinions, right? Like, if you want to say you disagree with their stances on trading or whatever, like, nobody can say that Mark and Jonathan don't give a fuck and aren't giving it their all. Like, the fact that they do, like, dude, they do, like, 5 to 6 interviews every single patch. Like, that's fucking crazy. With other people. They're not doing, like, a campfire chat where it's they're answering curated questions from, like, chat and shit, or, like, questions they came up with. They're putting themselves, like, in the fire, like, the doomers I don't get. I don't get the doomers, man. The game is far from perfect, but for what it is in its current state, with the company it's got behind it, if you're upset at its current state, you just need to take a break. I think part of the problem, Nihilus, is that, so traditionally, before I just want to finish this rant before I do the boss. It's, this patch came with a economy reset, and almost every time an economy resets happen in a ARPG, that economy reset comes with an insane amount of content. There was no new content in 0.2 in my mind. 0.2 added a bunch of new, like, balance with the new skill gems and stuff and support gems and quality of life to the end game, but it's the exact same fucking end game as 0.1. This is not a new game in my mind at all. It's got a few new things, but there's no new league mechanic. Wisp are not a league mechanic. They're just a mechanic that are in the game forever. They're not a league mechanic like Ritual is, right? Like, there is no, it's not the Wisp League, right? Wisp are just a thing that were added. Like, this isn't a new league, so 0.2 isn't really 0.2 in my mind. It's like almost like a 0.15. 0.1.5, like it's a halfway patch, and I think a lot of people's expectation went into this thinking it was going to be a new league. And it's not really a new league, it's just a fresh economy because they needed a new economy to balance test the game again, right? They couldn't do this full reset of 100 new support gems in the old economy and get good balance testing. That's why I'm re-rolling so fast. I'm literally doing 2 builds a week right now because the endgame's so fucking boring. Like, there's nothing new to do. I'm just making new builds because that's all the new content that got added was making new builds. So if you're an endgame blaster, the game's just not ready for you. Like, I cannot sit here. Like, people ask me, how does this do versus +4 Simulacrum? I'm not fucking testing +4 Sim on every one of my builds this league. There's no way. That would be so boring investing that much into each build because the content for the endgame is just not there yet. So, like, I think a lot of people are just, again, they're used to these economy wipes just having this huge spectrum of new endgame content, and we didn't get new endgame. It's the same endgame with some quality of life, great quality of life, I love a lot of the changes in 0.2, but people's expectations were just a little bit skewed, and yeah, the game is just, yeah, it doesn't have any more depth. It got no new depth added to it. Zero new depth. It just got quality of life. But yeah, that's why I'm just re-rolling so much. Right? It's like... I'm just having fun playing new builds, trying out new stuff. But the end game itself, like I want to do +4 Arbiter on my Thorns build at some point, but like, you know, I don't feel the need to just grind end game like you would in a normal ARPG. Aggravated Knight is just so nice. I'll read chat after the boss fight. Sorry, guys. I see some of y'all typing. Sorry for the rant, but like I've been pretty combative with the Doomers and like just the I don't know if I want to call them trolls. But just like the whole overwhelming, like I just want to call it toxic negativity around this game. Like, I'm not willing to entertain it for a second. Whoa, whoa. I thought I was not going to outrun that. My move speed was lower. So like, anytime I see it, I'm just like, for the foreseeable future, I'm going to clash with it. Not because I want to deal with the drama or I'm wanting to hurt people's feelings. It's just that I don't want it involved in my community. So if I clash with it now, and I just start banning those people now, and get those people that act that way away from my community in 2 to 3 years, because, you know, I see me playing this game and making content for it for the next 5 to 10 years. Like, this is my forever ARPG right now. And by, like, it may come off as a dickhead when I do this every once in a while, where I'm just like, I'm not, like, where I'm, like, again, I say this all the time, I'm autistic, so I just overreact emotionally sometimes, but there's just so much negativity around this game that, like, there should be negativity and criticism, but there's hate watchers. And those hate watchers are ruining the experience for other people, and I constantly see comments like, I just can't handle this anger around the game anymore. It's just like, don't read it, you know? The game's great. You're letting other people's stupid opinions ruin your experience, and that's part of the reason why, like, mind hives like Reddit become a danger, because it's harder to tell who's writing whose dick harder. Are the creators writing Reddit's dick harder, or are Reddit writing the creators' dick harder? There's a weird symbiosis there where it's like, who's stirring the other up more? Are the creators getting riled up because they're seeing Reddit doesn't like the game, so they're feeling the need to make the videos? Or are the creators making the videos that are getting Reddit riled up? It's just, it's such a blur right now, and I am not willing to entertain it for a second. If you are reacting that way to this game, it's because you are not emotionally capable of playing an early access game. And all the comments that I see in response to this is usually like, I'm tired of the early access excuse. Then why are you playing an early access game, you stupid fucks? Like, what is wrong with you? Like, they're just so, like, it's the brain rot that they have from Reddit and just this little, I don't know where it comes from. It's so obnoxious. It's probably as obnoxious as I sound right now, but that's how I feel about it. Like, that's my true feeling about it, and that's why I just don't entertain it. It's just because I don't want that in my community. I'd rather just get rid of those people now so that in 3 to 4 years, we have a community that's like, again, I want to criticize the game. I'm not saying no criticism, but toxic negativity, whatever you want to call that, it's weird. They're weirdos. Is this or the Warrior Thorns build better? I would say this one is probably better. They both have their advantages and disadvantages, but if you're talking about, like, overall, I would say this one's just cracked, man. Especially once you get at peak min-max. See, that's what I'm talking about, Harry. It's where it's like... this is nothing negative about Quinn and his community. I actually find a lot of Quinn's clips pretty funny, depending on the context. But a lot of those communities end up that way because they unmoderate them, right? And a lot of people make, like, I'm not saying an excuse, but the logic that they give is... It's just money reasons, right? Like, the more people you have watching you, it's just more monetary, right? And eventually, if someone's a hater in your chat, if they hate watch you long enough, there's the chance that they turn into a fan. That's what I see creators say a lot, right? Like, they let just the unmoderation happen because it's just more money for them long term, which you know, make your money, right? Like, we all have to live and eat, and you want to support your family long term. You want to, like, some people don't want to be a streamer long term, and they want to be able to get money to invest it into another career, right? Like, all the money I make goes to my game development company. You know, like, I own my own company, and it doesn't make much money right now because we're a startup. You know, none of our games have been super successful, so, you know, a lot of creators do that kind of stuff. But that being said, my own mental health is more important, and which I think a lot of people underestimate, is your guys' mental health is important. If you're going to my channel and, like, wanting to read and engage in the comments, and there's these jerks and these really toxic people there for, like, a third of it, like, or you're in my Twitch chat and there's just these jerks all the time, or trolls or whatever, like, that's not good for your mental health either. Like, my mental health is my #1 to me, but, like, it's not just my mental health, it's my community, right? Like, I don't want you guys subjected to these losers, because you can see what it does to some people. Like, some people are just upset over the state of the game, you know? So yeah, that's where my stance is on it. Is I'm not judging anyone else. I want to be very clear that people have families and stuff. They want to do what they want to do. But for me, I prioritize mine and your guys' mental health more than the money, or maybe not even just the money, just anything. Because, yeah, like you said, I would not be able to handle streaming in a chat like Quinn's, Harry. Like, at all. Yeah, the purple chaos effect is from Black Flame Ring. It makes enemies ignited by you take chaos damage instead of fire damage. So it's chaos ignites. So anyone that dies with a chaos ignite is getting the effect. So the effect is purely from this ring. It's pretty cool. I hope they add this to more effects like that. So it's not even like a microtransaction I have. It's just from the actual item. What type of games do you make? So, the first game we made was an auto battler, and it's still in early access. We worked on that. We're still working on it, but we've been working on it for almost 3 years now. It was just, it was inspired by custom games from Warcraft and StarCraft. Like those little lane auto battler games, and our original goal with it was to spend only a month on it, and it was never to be a Steam release. It was just to be like a 1-month mini project, and then we'll move on to another one. Because one of the best ways you can learn in game development is just small projects, right? Like, you force yourself to learn a concept in a short amount of time. You maybe not master the concept, but you at least dip your hands in the concept, right? But we fell in love with the game real quick, just because of how much we loved those custom games. But then this is a trap that a lot of new game developers fall into. It's like when you watch any, like, intro to game development stuff, one of the first things that all game developers say is you're going to be tempted to, when one of your first games you're making, you're going to want to make it a good game. And you're not going to be ready for that. You're not going to have the skill to pull it off. And you're going to fall into a trap. And we heard all that feedback, and we didn't listen to it. And we wanted to make Castle Warriors a 1-month project, but then we loved the game, and we're like, okay, what if we worked on it 6 months? And we just made it a little bit better. So we worked on it 6 months, and we're like, okay, well, what if we worked on it a few more months? We just made it a little bit better. And here we are 3 years later, and it's still in early access. And we love the game, but we were not all of the problems we're running into it right now are because of money. We're just, like, we need money. And, like, whether that's to solve art problems or skill issues, like, we're a two-man team. It's literally me and one of my friends. So all of the work is, like, for all the roles in the company, like, we wear multiple hats, right? Like, none of us is just a one-man job at our company. But we just were burned out because it was never like a game. Like, the game's fun, and we're still working on it. It's got real potential. Like, we love those kind of games, but we're burnt out. Like, we never intended to work on it for 3 fucking years, and suddenly we're working on it for 3 years, and we're still working on it. Like, probably for another year or 2, right? So lately, we've been working on side projects when we're burnt out. Around Halloween last year, we released a horror game. We spent 2 weeks working on it. We just wanted to see what we could do in 2 weeks. It was just like a little scavenger hunt horror game. It's really shitty. Don't buy it. It's called VH Escape. But the next game we're releasing, which comes out in like a month or 2, it's called Card Quest. We've been working on it for about 8 months now. It'll be 8 months when it comes out. So I want to say like 6 months now. And it's like a 3D sim around like opening card packs. Like, there's that whole thing about, like, how people just love opening and collecting card packs. You have people who stream opening card packs. And then there's, like, a whole thing blowing up right now of, like, now people, like, go to conventions and they sell their cards at booths and stuff. So we made an entire 3D simulator around that concept. You literally open card packs on stream, and then you go to a convention center, and you sell your cards at a convention center. It's nothing that a PoE player would want to play. It's like a brain-off second monitor game. None of the games we have made, I would say, are like my dream game. Like, if you were to ask me why I made this game, we actually were only supposed to spend 6 weeks working on it. We fell into this trap again with this game. I literally talked about how we did with the Castle Warriors. Our original plan was after we made VH Escape, and we made that in 2 weeks, we wanted to do another game, Card Quest, in 6 weeks. But here we are 6 months later, right? That trap I talked about. You know, I haven't made a game I'm passionate, like truly passionate about yet. All the games we've made have just been truly like skill building exercises. Like, let me rephrase. We are passionate about these games. I fucking love Castle Warriors. I think it's going to be an awesome game when we can get multiplayer working into it. And then I love Card Quest, but like, if you were to tell me what my dream game would be to make, it would be like an RPG. But to make a real, like, good RPG, we would need so much fucking money. And, again, we're a two-man development studio with all the money we get comes out of our own pocket. So, like, Castle Warriors had, like, 3,000 or 4,000 sales, but that game was $2.99 and on sale for, like, $1.99, right? So, that game only made us a few $1,000s, and then we spent a lot of money actually buying new art for that game, and then of course we pay like all the bank fees and stuff with that money. Like, the company now makes enough money off of casual sales that it pays for itself, but like, I haven't made money off of a sale in like 2 years. How old am I? I'm 35. What class did you pick? I'm on an Infernalist right now. Hey, Umpty, nice, dude. Yeah, this build's awesome, man. This is probably my farming character for this league. Like, anytime I need to make currency, I'm probably hopping on this guy. That's what I'm trying to gear him for right now. But yes, I like talking about game development. Like I always say, the YouTube stuff is like. So what's funny is I used to go by a name. I used to do content creation back in 2010 to 2018. I used to go by the name StarCraft Squad and Zoya. I used to make like StarCraft 2 and Heroes of the Storm content. But I got out of content creation and got into like web development and stuff. And then eventually I started the game dev company. And that's why I started this YouTube channel again. But the YouTube channel was never supposed to be a thing. I knew because we were a small company that I was going to have to make all our trailers and stuff. And I had done content creation in the past, but it had been a while. So I just wanted to relearn the YouTube algorithm. I wanted to retouch my Photoshop skills. I wanted to relearn editing and stuff. And just through like making like really weird montages and eventually WoW videos, the channel grew a viewership. So while I do like making content, I'm probably not ever going to stop making PoE content just because it's so much fun. The content is just like a hobby to me, right? Like my next 10 years of my life, the priority will always be towards game dev. Maybe not 10 years. But for the foreseeable future, like like if you were to ask me what I was, like even if my YouTube was making like 10 times the money of my game development, I'm gonna say I'm a game developer before a YouTuber, because this is all a hobby to me. And I don't even really care about the streaming aspect of it. The only reason I've started streaming is because I like hanging out with you guys, and a lot of you guys give me really good advice towards my builds. Some of you are really cool and chill, but I don't even really care about the streaming aspect of it. I like making the YouTube videos. It's fun to, like, tell a story with the builds you're making. I don't know, I like the process of making the YouTube videos. It's really fun. But yeah. That was a weird loop to go on. But yeah, I love game development. But we're just like a two-man team with no money, right? So there's only so much you can do with that kind of limitations. Especially when you're like also limited by skill. Like it's not like we're the two best people in the world at coding and system designs and, you know, we're only 3 years into doing this, right? Like, there's a, you know, you have to build those hours. So maybe my next game won't be a good one. Maybe Card Quest isn't successful. I hope it's successful. I'm pretty happy with how it's coming up. My biggest downside, the biggest downside I have with Card Quest is that we use artificial intelligence for the art of the cards, because neither of us are an artist and we just don't have the money to pay artists. But my hope is that once we release the game, if we get money from sales, I can hire community artists to redraw all the AI art and we can replace all the AI art. But again, these are all things that are limited by money, right? Like, and we're really against publishers. We don't want anyone to have say over what we do or design in our games, because that's how a large majority of games just get ruined, as some idiot at the publishing team thinking the game needs a system it doesn't need. So we just, like, we're hoping to just be purely indie for as long as we can be. Get money through just one of our indie games will eventually blow up, hopefully. We'll use that money to then build a real studio with real employees and then, you know, make higher quality games. But, you know, gotta do what you gotta do with what you got. You corrupted gifts from above to additional elemental resistance. I've seen some people talk about that in my comments before. I bet that does help, to be honest. The 3 characters you've made this season are all mine? That's so cool, dude. Thanks for sharing, man. They're fun builds. I don't know what my next build's gonna be, but the ones I've done so far, they're all really fun. I'm having so much fun in this patch. Like, it's really cool what 0.1 did for build creators this patch. Like, that guy Empyrean, when he tweeted out that he was quitting PoE 2, I didn't hate his post because he was honest. He was like, I'm someone who likes to blast the endgame, and this game has about 48 hours of endgame, which is true. Like, if you're a blaster, you will do everything the endgame has in about 2 to 3 days. And he said, I'm going to take a break until the endgame has more to offer. That's the approach you should have to early access games, right? And in his tweet, he specifically says, PoE 2 is great for build creators. And I 1000% agree. And what 0.1 did was, it taught us all the foundation of the game to where we knew all of these little tricks and ideas and concepts. But 0.2 completely rewrote the board. It erased everything off the whiteboard and gave us a new, almost not completely blank canvas, but this is a build creators patch. If you're someone who enjoys making builds, like, 0.2 is so much fucking fun. There is so much potential, not just in new builds, but revisiting old builds. But if you're not a build creator, you don't like trying out new builds, like, I completely agree with some of those sentiments. Like, if you're a blaster, this game only has a limited amount of content. Hey, Davis, thanks for the Twitch Prime, bro. Appreciate the support, man. Let me read some questions before, just make sure I don't miss anybody. Man, if you could self-ignite. Well, some people say, isn't there the fire flower necklace? So, like, I don't know if anyone's pulled off a Fireflower version of this build. I haven't looked into it at all. All I've known is the Bira style. So like, there are other ways to self-ignite yourself. Like, I would love to do this on Smith of Katava. If you could tell me that I could pull off self-ignite on Smith of Katava, I would probably level 1 tomorrow. Like, no troll. If this style was somehow manageable on Smith, without it being like really bad and gimped, then I would like play it on a different class tomorrow. Like, I would love to try it on another class. I don't think it would be like let's just say Fireflower Necklace did exactly what we wanted to perfectly for this build, and there was like no other like you just slotted it in. Like, it's still like losing a neck is so rough. You get so much stats from your neck. So just like Infernalist by default seems like it'd be best for it, but I would love to do this build on a Smith. Really bad. No Citadel. Ooh, Citadel, yay! Nice, Davis. Oh, you posted that on YouTube, and then you Twitch Primed on you. You guys can watch on whichever platform you want, by the way. If you prefer Twitch or YouTube, I don't care what you watch on. That's why I stream on both. I only started streaming on Twitch just because people were asking for me to stream on both. But if you think I'm only live on one and you're like, oh, I would like to watch you on Twitch, but I'm watching on YouTube, I do on both, so. Whichever you prefer, I do not care. Yeah, so I have a Thorns video I'm planning on releasing soon, Davis, excuse me. I don't know when. I need to do like a big sit down and research on Thorns to get all the details I want for it. But the #1 piece of feedback I have right now is around Crown of the Pale King. Thorns is so limited in way more ways than people realize by Crown of the Pale King. I like the idea of it, but one, you can't even play Thorns without it. So solo self-found, fresh starts, you're never playing Thorns because you literally have to have the helmet. Like, I understand some builds there are hard requirements for, but the whole playstyle revolving around it makes a lot of friction around solo self-found and just fresh starts. And again, it's a unique heavy build already. So you're just like, so if we can clear up one unique from the slots, I want it to be Crown of the Pale King, and I think they should make Crown of the Pale King a Spirit Gem. Make it the same tier that Scavenge Plating is, and then move Scavenge Plating to a tier 2 Spirit Gem, so we have a tier 1 and tier 2 option for Spirit Gems for Thorns. But just make Crown of the Pale King a Spirit Gem. And then make the Crown of the Pale King effect something different. So it's an optional pullet piece, right? But there is just so much you can't play. Like maybe I'm wrong here. GGG might have a different outlook. I do believe that some styles and some builds should be limited behind uniques, but Crown of the Pale King is just like, every time, like, so I plan on League starting Thorns on a Druid next patch. 0.3, if Druid comes, I heard that Druid Bear has a Thorns ascendancy, so let's just say, assume next patch I'm League starting Druid Thorns. Like, there is going to be an annoying part at the stream where, like, an hour or 2 hour in it, I'm standing there trying to trade for a Crown of the Pale King with whatever exalts I have. Like, that's going to be every League start experience, and you'll never see me do Thorns and solo self-found as a starting character. I'll always have to do something else first until I get Crown of the Pale King, and then re-roll the Thorns. So, as long as Crown of the Pale King is, like, as much as a wall as it is in Thorns, it's just a problem. Maybe problem's not the wrong word, but, like, it's limiting, I guess. And if they want Thorns to be more than just a meme, which based off how they've invested into it, with the new support gems and all the supports it's getting lately, like, it doesn't seem like they want Thorns to be a meme. They want it to be a go-to playstyle for the foreseeable future. For multiple ascendancies, right? I think Crown of the Pale King might need to be adjusted. That's just like that's my biggest point of feedback for Thorns right now, is just Crown of the Pale King. Because I would love to do a solo self-found journey right now as Thorns. I've thought about it several times, like, should I start solo self-found Thorns yet? And it's just like, well, what am I going to do? Am I going to just sit there at level 20 and farm for chance shards until I get one? Do I have to make a first character first, and then wait until I get enough currency to, or until I craft it? Like, you know, it's such a no for me as my first character. Just for solo self-found, I want to do a solo self-found Thorns. I want to see what I can do with it, but as long as Crown of the Pale King is a hard stop, like, how would I approach that, right? Like, would I just, like... You couldn't level as Thorns without it. So you would either just sit there at level 20, farming chance shards and cultist crowns to get lucky, or what? Like, it would be unplayable. I see it drop a lot too, Minor, so it's probable, right? But, like, you know, you could get unlucky, right? Like, just going through solo self-found and just never seeing it. So it's just like, that RNG fear alone is what's preventing me from starting a solo self-found Thorns journey. Like, if it was a spirit gem, I would go start a... Or if I just had the helmet in my stash, right? I would go start a Smith of Katava right now. I'm much more open to doing hardcore trade Thorns right now than I am solo self-found because of this limitation. I've seen the helm drop quite a few times. I see the boots drop a lot more. Yeah, specifically, it's like it's required to do the build for, like, from a low level. But you're just going to be teased by it. And maybe that's how they want it. Like, another one of my complaints is, like, complaint number 2, that's the biggest complaint, is that both of the Thorns uniques needed for leveling are tier 3 support gems. So that's another problem, right? Let's say they somehow fix solo self-found, right? I'm supposed to level without barbs and quill bursts. So those need to be made a tier 1 and tier 2 support gem. Because there's no way you're leveling without those, right? We're all spoiled by having those. So it's just like, maybe with all of that, they do want Thorns to be level gated, but I don't think that's what they want. I think these are just miscalculations on their ends. So yeah, I just have a big Thorns video where it's just going to be like a bunch of feedback that's like, here's what's good, here's what's bad, here's what I want changed. And if none of it changes, none of it changes. Like, I'm pretty iffy on if they would be considerate to the Crown of the Pale King change. That's a huge design swing to make. But it solves all the problems I have with the build right now. Yeah, and those really my only major problems with Thorns right now. Is Crown of the Pale King and the support gems. Oh, yeah, I wanted to do that Whirling Slash build, because I'm normally a Cyclone main. Like, everyone calls me the Thorns Reflect guy, but all my friends, and even me internally, I consider myself the Whirlwind Cyclone guy. I love Spin the Wind builds. And that's like kind of a pseudo Spin the Wind build, kind of. But... Believe me, though, when Cyclone is released, we're doing Thorn Cyclone. My League starter, whenever we get... I think they said it's called Duelist, is the sword class. Whenever Duelist comes out, I don't know if we'll be doing Whirlwind on a Thorns Whirlwind on a Duelist, but whenever Whirlwind comes. Because you have Crackling Barrier. It's not Whirlwind, Cyclone. What is it called? Crackling something? Crackling Thunder? Whatever the Thorns thing is. It gives you 20% of your mana as Thorns damage when you're channeling. Cyclone's a channel skill, so you just do like a mana stacking Cyclone Lightning Lich. So like maybe it's like on a Stormweaver. Mana stacking Cyclone Stormweaver. With Thorns. That's probably my League starter for Thorns launch. Mana stacking Cyclone Thorns. Sounds stupid, and I can't wait. Gee, Salt. Yeah, see, I couldn't. Yeah, that's why I don't do solo self-found. I imagine one day in the future, I've never been a solo self-found player, but like, as I'm getting more learned in this game, I'm like tempted to do it, but the crafting is just too unappealing for how goofy my builds are. Like, a lot of my builds, I just like think, but I could do it so much more fun in trade, you know? Because so what's crafting is like better. Hopefully they. I heard Last Epoch has really good solo self-found, so hopefully they take notes from there. Yeah, that's one of the things I'm worried about, Davis, is Cyclone gonna zoom? It might make Pathfinder Cyclone required. Maybe that's what I'm league starting. Pathfinder, Cyclone, Poison, Thorns. Hell yeah, we're booking it. Whenever Cyclone comes out, 6 months from now, Pathfinder, Cyclone, Poison, Thorns. That is the stupidest thing you'll ever see.
Until next time.
Something like that, Electro. Yeah. Yes, it will be cheap, Davis. Alright, path into the Citadel. Yeah, I'm gonna do it at part 2, Anghaug. I feel like, I mean, you guys would know better than me because you're the ones who consume the content, but the changes I've made to the build, like the passive tree is just completely different, and then I'm using the Ignite Spear, like, plus you have, like, the From Nothing, like, these changes alone, to me, justify making a second video update. So, like, I assume I'm making a video update. Because, like, this being added here, all of this being added, plus the bleed, or the Ignite Aggravate. I feel like that's just such a massive, like, addition from the build update that, like, the mobalytics being updated for it, like, obviously, the smart players can read that guide and figure out what's going on, but I don't think most people are going to immediately register why all these changes happened. At least the newer players. So, yeah, I'll be making a update video, more than likely. Not more than likely. This build will 100% get an update video. That's what I'm farming currency for right now, is so I can finish updating it, and then, yeah. Couple days. Thank you, Anhong. I appreciate the nice words, my friend. Oh, chaos damage. We're fine. That sounds interesting, Electro. That could be cool. Go. Scary lightning damage. I think the boss is over there, I'm guessing. Guessing the boss is over there. Yeah, I'm curious. Most of the time I did Fire Flower builds. Last patch, I was always doing them in builds that I wasn't using Ignite. So I never had to, like, actually interact with that mechanic, so I don't actually know how it functions. Oh, fuck, you're way over there? Damn. Yeah, I think I think tonight off a stream, I'm gonna craft like 100 maps or something, and just get like 100 maps that I don't even have to like read, and I'm just gonna like spam maps tomorrow. And we're gonna see if we can grind out 94, and then like 94, 95, and I think I'll do my next build update. But tomorrow's stream might just be like me spamming maps, just like I'll just have like a tab of 100 maps that are like all just good maps that I don't have to worry about like dying on. I don't have to sit there reading and crafting maps all day. That Ignite did nothing. I don't know. Crazy. I've never thought about that. I haven't tried. Later, Electro. Thanks for hanging out, man. Have a good one.
Indeed. Let's hope possession now lies dormant.
Oh yeah, I told you guys I would talk about my lazy currency farm technique. Here's the lazy. This is the only thing I do to make currency. Most of the time, I don't even like look at the shit in my dump tab. I just vendor it later because I get too like I don't care enough to actually craft and stuff. The only crafting I do is these gem tabs here, these jewel tabs here. Did I get rid of that one? I think I got rid of one of them. So I got this one right here. So I just like every once in a while I'll take all of my jewels out of my dump tab. And then I'll just, like, slam exalts into all of them. I'll craft them all up. And then I just slap them in a tab with 40. That's worth 40 exalt. For, like, a day. And, like, I sold, like... I crafted, like... There was maybe, like, 50 of these yesterday. I've sold, like, 8 of them already for 40 exalts. So I've already made all of my money back. By a lot. And then at some point, I'll lower this, like, 25 exalts. And then, like, half of these will sell. And then at some point, I'll lower them to 10 exalts, and then most of them will sell, and then I just vendor the rest after those don't sell. But this is like the only currency farm I do. It's the laziest fucking one you can possibly do. But like at some point, I'll take all of, I'll just like go through all my dump tabs, and I'll search jewel, and there'll be like, obviously it's not, I just did this yesterday, so there's not too many new stored up. But at some point, I'll have across all my dump tabs, like 50 or 60 jewels. And then I just slam a bunch of exalts into them, and then usually within an hour, I've more than made my money back. Because they just threw the RNG. Because for me, I'm new to the game, right? So I don't know what mods sell well. I don't know, like, oh, should I actually slam this one? And I also don't have the patience to, like, go through all of these jewels, right? So I just mash them all. And there is a bit of sunk costs there. But you make back your money for sure. It's my lazy gold money. Or my lazy exalt farm is just... Tomorrow I'll lower these all to 25, and then like half of them will sell. And then I'll lower them again the next day, and then eventually I'll do the process again. But I've made like, I want to say 10 divines doing that this league. Now obviously if you were just smart and knew how to craft better and stuff, you make a lot more, right? So don't take this advice. Go learn how to craft. But I don't want to go learn how to craft. Yeah, that's what I was been farming most of this stream, Davis, was I love Ultimatum farming. Just because it's so brain off. and that's what I'm going to be doing off a stream later tonight, probably. I'm probably about to go do more Ultimatum stream, more Ultimatum farming after this Citadel. I love Ultimatum. Yeah, like, I mean, every skill that kind of looks like Cyclone, I've been tempted to use it, but I just don't think it would be good enough, you know? Or, not that it wouldn't be good enough, but, oh shit, Dead to Chaos! That stun lasted so long. I was holding my, resonating shield for too long. I was just like walking like this. But yeah, I don't think I could do a budget Cyclone build and enjoy it. I'm too spoiled by real Cyclone builds. I just need the real thing. Which I imagine everyone's going to be making Cyclone builds when it comes out, but at least I should be the only Thorns Cyclone, I hope. What I'm excited to use, I think it's gloves. There's a unique glove that makes you knockback reversed. So I want to do like knockback Cyclone, but like pull them into me, you know? With Thorns. So you're just like pulling all the enemies on top of you with like some form of Thorns build. I never remembered the names of the leagues that I played, but there's just been multiple Thorns builds that I've liked, but my favorite one, I don't remember what league it was, but there was a Fire Thorns build that I played. That was super fun. Not Thorns, Cyclone. Fire Cyclone build from PoE 1. I'm not sure, crazy odd, but my next character is probably a Ritualist for a Thorns build. Yeah, Legion's, I love that. That's my favorite league mechanic, is Legion. I don't remember if that's the league I played, my favorite Cyclone league, but Legion's my favorite league mechanic. I like Legion a lot. I don't know if they ever changed it recently, but I like Legion. It's cool. But yeah, my next character, probably starting it next week, unless I get distracted by an idea, is going to be a Ritualist. There's the creator Lazy Exile. They made a Ritualist build where they're just like AFK farming Delirium with Blood Boil. And like the Ritualist is like super unkillable. And I want to see if I can make that style work with like a Thorns or a Caltrops build. Triple recoup, yeah. It looks really cool. The mapping looks awful, but I want to try and see if there's like just a way to make Thorns or something work with it. Like obviously, wouldn't it be worse? Like I wouldn't be able to like copy paste through that build, but I want to at least like see. I don't know. It just looks cool to at least try, like some form of variation there. I doubt it'd be as good, but because that build doesn't even look that great to be honest. Like it's OP in Delirium, but I imagine it sucks in mapping. Did you come up with a fast way for clearing with Thorns? Yeah, you use Beerus. You use your Thorns to proc Beerus, and then you clear the entire screen. But no, I haven't played my Thorns Warbringer since my last video update for him. I haven't tried solving AoE more. A lot of my viewers have said they've tried stuff like poison and stuff, and it just didn't work. Thorns is probably just missing a support gem or a unique that gives you, like, splash on your Thorns. Some form of AoE Thorns. Yeah, that's my plan right now, Ruin, is just, like, if there's a way to somehow weave Thorns into this build, even if it's, like, half as effective, it'd be cool, but... And if not, my original plan for my Ritualist, its name is... Oops. Yeah, I'm really bad at paying attention to my block. But my original plan with Ritualist was a Caltrops build for that blood skill. I wanted to see how, like, bleeding with Caltrops felt. So something's happening on that Ritualist. But right now it's making money for this character. I'm probably not going to allow myself to make a new character until I do an update video for this guy. So we're probably looking at like Sunday or Monday for starting the Ritualist. I mean, it doesn't make your clear go faster. It makes your clear possible. There's a difference. You have no clear without those things, but you're still a slow fucking turd going through the map. Like, Quill Burst needs, like... Right now, the biggest problem is Area of Effect doesn't scale Quill Burst. That's the biggest issue. If we could scale Area of Effect, like, if you could take these nodes right here, and they amped Quill Burst by a lot, like the radius, and if you could put Magnified Effect into Rapid Assault and it applied to Quill Burst, that would be huge for Thorns clear, but doesn't seem like anything makes Quill Burst AoE better. And Barbs and Quill Burst, they really only affect, like, enemies right here. Whereas, like, Bira's, it affects enemies right here, right? Like, it's a completely different universe. So it's just, like, they're not even... Like, you know, it's not even comparable to be. Like, Quill Burst is the minimum of what it needs to be to make the build functional. But it needs a lot more love, I guess. I have no idea. I don't do crafting stuff crazy odd. I've never used an essence in my life. And I'm not trolling. I've never used an essence. I always sell them. And if they don't have value, they just sit in my stash. I am a noob when it comes to crafting. Like a giga noob. Like, maybe that's not true. Like, maybe I've used an essence once or twice, but I cannot think of a time I've used an essence, and... Yeah. So I have no idea what Thorns... Like, I have no idea. I couldn't even, like, take a guess to tell you which one would give it to you. If that's possible at all. Giga noobs have always been around, Dirty Larry. They're just usually not stupid enough to stream their gameplay, you know? The Giga noobs are usually in their living room with a big smile on their face, having a good time despite how bad they are. The life we all should lead. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I almost gave you a guess crazy, but my guess could be like, it could be like attack. Like, there's so many options it could roll, but like, I don't know if it, like, I don't want you to go like spam any of those and then it not show up, you know, so. No, I trade Rage. Raging Quitter. I trade. Like, if I recognize that an item, like, let's just say, like, so, like, I'm probably going to piss off a bunch of people. Keep in mind, I have really bad ADHD, so I don't, like, manage my loot well, and, like, I hate fucking reading in video games, but most of my loot, I just dump into a tab, because I don't want to deal with reading it and figuring out if it's worth crafting, and then, eventually, my dump tabs get so big of stuff that I don't want to read through all those items, so I just take them all out and I vendor them. So, most of the time, I don't even look at fucking items I pick up. I just vendor them. Like, that's how stupid I am. But when I do look at items, like, I'm not good yet at knowing, like, at a glance, what I should craft, right? Like, so unless it's, like, this bow had, like, +5 projectile skills, I'm probably vendoring it. Like, there's very specific modifiers that I register as I might be able to craft this accidentally into something good. Like, I notice them specifically on rings, amulets, and necklaces. Those 3 things I will oftentimes just blindly send exalts into sometimes. Just because, like, if I see, like, high rarity rolls or something like that, right? Or plus all elemental res with a high roll. But, like, I'm probably worse at crafting than most noobs because most noobs probably try. Like, I'm not even gonna look at half of this shit later, probably. I'm probably just gonna literally take it out and vendor it. Like, I don't even know why I put half the shit in my stash. It's just like, yeah, there's just, I'm a noob and, ooh, that actually looked good. I saw a roll on that. 42 spirit, I think. Holy shit, that's actually good. It's got, what's the top one called again? The top roll is called what? Prefix? It's got a prefix and a suffix for spirit on it. See, these are the moments where it's like, I show my noobiness, right? Like, even now, I don't know if this is worth, like, trying to sell. Like, I just have no crafting or trade sense for this gear. How I fund all of my builds is purely through currency farming, like 90. Top one is implicit. Oh, right. Top one is implicit. See, like, I don't even know the names of them, right? Like, there's just so many aspects. I'm just a complete noob in the game. That I look to get better with in time, but, like, right now, I just don't have any drive to learn crafting in this game. The crafting seems so dog shit. So, like, most of my currency is either through drops. Like, that's why Ultimatum is such a good farm for me. Because Soul Core, like, that's why I love Ultimatum, I guess. That's the best reason why I can explain I love it. It's because Soul Cores are guaranteed currency that don't take any effort to sell, right? And then you can sell these things, and then sometimes the vines drop in Ultimatum, right? So that's why, like, I guess I lean towards Ultimatum as a farm, is because I don't have to process that on the fly. And I just get so overwhelmed, man. Like, look what I do to myself. It's just like, some of these items could be grand slams. Like, what if this boots has 35 move speed on it, right? Like, but I'm probably just, this is what's going to happen to these boots. I'm going to take them out later, and I'm going to sell them without even identifying them. That's just how, like, yeah, it's complete noob, and that's why I don't make crafting guides and stuff like that. It's because I'm fucking just the worst. Download Sidekick. You can check prices with similar items and stats. What is Sidekick? Is that like an add-on through Overwolf or something? Not in this build, Steve-O. Unfortunately, because we're using Pragmatism, Charms use no charges. So, this bricks cast on charms use because we're never using a charge. This literally, despite the charges going off, we're not actually using the charge, so we generate nothing for cast on charm use. Unfortunately. Or there would be something in here like Eye of Winter. Like, if this worked, I would have Eye of Winter in here just for the extra crit stuff. Don't use Overwolf, it uses system resources. Sidekick is so much better. Barely uses system resources. Okay. You think you can use Overwolf, but I think Sidekick is better. You use Overwolf Overlay. It's really good for price checking, etc. But I didn't like Sidekick that much, but it's preference. I'll probably try on both. I use Overwolf for a lot of WoW stuff, but I also have like a group of friends that are like hardcore PoE Andes. They'll probably be using one of them. Exactly, Raging Quitter. At least, especially for me, right? Like, a lot of the issues I ran into in 0.1 was, like, I just wasted so much currency not knowing, like, what I should slam stuff into or, and whatnot. That's why I explained this jewel tab like this, because, like, it doesn't matter that half of these aren't worth 40 exalts. When I slam 20 exalts into 50 gems, and 10, like 5 or 6 of them sell for 40, like the money's made back by far. Like, this is a gamble that's like consistently works out for me, right? But like anything else, like I have no sense of crafting yet. Like, I'm gonna slam some exalts into this, but like I don't know if there's like a better resource to put into this, or like you have those ritual things, right? That like let you do 2 of something, like when you corrupt and stuff. I don't know. Wow. I feel like this has potential to sell. The 3% spell damage is kind of a dud. And there's a low roll on the max energy shield. But crit dex. Like, if you're running an energy shield build that uses dex or something, like, this is a lot of spirit. You got chaos res. It's got crit. Maybe I get a divine for it. Giga Noob's got a Giga Noob dirty. That's what we do. But it sounds like I need to... either way, it sounds like I need to get some form of, like, trade overlay. Which sounds amazing, right? Like, if there's a button I can press, like, if I have this jewel and I press a button and it scans and tells me roughly what it could be priced at, like, that's obviously huge. I would use the fuck out of that. So that alone sounds worth getting to me. But yeah, I just don't do any crafting. All of my currency comes from Alva. I go to Alva, I say, I want Exalted Orbs. And then I have 2 Orbs of Chance from sharding a bunch of uniques. Or I have all of these Deadly Fates. All of these Soul Cores. This is how I make... A majority of my build's currency comes from this right here. Is this, like, just churning at Alva. So yeah, I'm just a noob. I'm just a noob. Yep, Sidekick, you do Control D, and you have prices with similar items. Well, it sounds like I'll need to install that. Those aren't like... That's exiled and changed too. It's just like Awakened PoE trade. Gotcha. Yeah, the Chaos Res plus 42 Spirit alone is huge. Well, sounds like I need to get it then. These are not like tools that GGG frowns upon. That would be my only question I have, is like, do GGG, like, it's an overlay, so it's probably not illegal, but do they frown upon it in any way, or do they just, like, not give a fuck? What map was that? Seepage. And then one more map to the Citadel, it looks like. Ooh, a Moment of Zen. Let's go get the Moment of Zen. It doesn't do any action for you, so it's okay, yeah, because it's just like an overlay that's scanning, right? Yeah, it doesn't do any work for you. It just saves you steps that you would have to, like, manually input into their website. Streamers use it, so I assume it's fine. Okay, cool. No login info, so you can't get your account hacked or anything. Nice. So it's literally just like a scan for. It's just literally just like using the data off the trade site in that moment. Like it's an active scan, I'm guessing. It's not using manually inputted data from some run that's like weeks and weeks old. TOS is very similar to WoW, gotcha. Ooh, this is a danger map. We got those bleed guys and we got some stun build up. Gotta be careful not to splat. Very open, condoned by most. Yeah, I get hit once and my stun build up is like almost max on this map. Gotta be careful. Alright, well, sounds like I'll have it installed soon then, because, I mean, it sounds helpful. It would, because, yeah, a lot of my problem with, like, again, it's not the best excuse, but it's the excuse I use all the time, is I have ADHD. And there's just, like, anytime you add a step to the process that I don't want to do, like, I can do stuff I don't want to do, okay? I'm an adult, right? But, like, if I don't have to... Oh, I'm dead. Yep, I knew I would get stunned and died. I could smell that coming. I gotta stop using active block on this map. I just gotta, like, take light hits and then kill things with BRs that way. But, yeah, if it's a step I don't want to take, and then there's, like... With PoE's trade system, they've designed the single worst trade system in the history of gaming. It is just... so incredibly convoluted, painful, with so much friction and stupidity to it that, like, yeah, there's just too many steps. Having to go to a website that's not in-game to buy stuff is already just, like, more than I would do for most other games. Like, the fact that PoE players, like, GGG are jerks for making their PoE community do this for so long. Like, I'm flabbergasted there's no buyout system still. Completely flabbergasted. Like, you know there's that meme that Ben started, like, why does PoE 2 exist? My question is, why does PoE 2 exist if they were not going to rework trading? Like, of all the things to change from PoE 1 to PoE 2, the trade was what needed to be made different. And hopefully that's still coming. But... Exactly, Linek, like... You message people, they don't respond. Sometimes you message people, and they'll, like... It'll be listed for 5 divine. They're like, actually, I'm asking for 8 now. And it's like, motherfucker, what? Why is my time being so wasted? That's what I don't understand, Rage Quitter. Like, there is a million steps you can take to make trade better. A billion, right? There are so many good games with great trade and auction house systems. The fact that the website overlay isn't in-game, and they're using the excuse that Chromium makes the game lag, that is crazy to me. How is it not in-game? How is it not in-game?
Choose.
I had friends quit the game that didn't know there was trade. And right now, this overlay would be awesome, because I have no idea if any of these uniques have value, right? So that, like, that Control D thing sounds awesome right now. I would just Control D, Control D, Control D. And, like, I would just take one that had value, potentially. Gain Onslaught for 4 seconds on kill. Oh, this ring seems cool for leveling. I don't have this ring, I think. Leech 5% of physical attack damages. That seems like an awesome leveling ring. Serpent's Egg. Rarity. Chaos, all res. Gain an additional charge when you gain a charge. I've never done a charge build before. I don't have this unique either. But it's level 35. It's not really for leveling. It's like a mid-game one. That's boring. Plus 5... Oh, Despair's the curse, right? Huh. Ew. I don't like that. Armor applies to elemental damage? What? There's no way that's good in any way. Like, if you armor stack, how would that apply to elemental damage? How does that conversion work? Is one armor one elemental damage? Like, what? Like, the fact that it has a low base armor and you get most of your armor from your chest piece, like, that just makes this an L. But, like, I would have to see how the armor elemental damage conversion worked. Attacks chain 2 additional chimes. Crossbows are boring. I don't know. I don't like any crossbow skills. I mean, both of these are probably like an Exalt each, so I could probably afford either of them if I wanted to level them. I'm probably going to take this ring. This ring seems like the most likely I level with, because I don't really know how charge builds work, so I'm not, like, super, like... I don't have a charge build in mind that I want to use this for. But this just seems like a fun leveling item. You gain 10% move speed, like, almost... Like, it just seems like a permanent 10% move speed increase, right? Like, this just seems awesome for leveling. I'm gonna buy it. Whatever. Oh, probably defense-wise, not attack-wise. So I wasn't even interpreting that unique right. That's what happens a lot, too, when you're a new player. Is like, sometimes you see the GGG phrasing, and you're like, huh? And you're not even thinking about it, right? So this is 1, 2, 3. This is 1, 2, 3. Okay, so same path. So decay, necropolis, seepage, steep. Seepage, steep. We'll do decay, necropolis because we can just boss skip. I do have 29 spirit being wasted right now. Did I gain more spirit recently? I could have sworn I was using spirit on something. Oh, I don't even have Mana Myrmis on right now. I lost spirit somehow. How did I lose spirit? Oh, I had the wrong setup on. Oh, yeah. I had the 29 free spirit in my offhand sped up. In my main hand setup, I don't have the free... I was wondering why I wasn't using clarity, because at one point I wanted to use clarity, but yeah. In my main hand setup, I don't have the free spirit. I'm capped. It was just when I have Scythe of Spear out, which is I only use that when I'm using Rapid Assault to aggravate bleed. So most of the time I don't have room for clarity. Because normally I'm at 1 spirit. I'm meant to buy... I need to buy a new amulet with spirit on it, probably. So I can work in clarity. Because you're right, clarity would be a huge add. That sounds fun, Lennox. Yeah, and that could be through a better scepter. I don't even know if my scepter has a high spirit roll. Like, I could get a spirit on my neck, too. Like, how much spirit does this scepter have? My scepter's actually what I should upgrade next. The scepter only has 126 spirit on it. I think I just got one with as much presence radius as I could when I bought it. So, yeah. The spirit can get way higher without having to change the amulet. I just need a better scepter. Go. I need a regen. No. This boss is so annoying. Just stand still and hit me. There we go. But yeah, thanks for pointing that out, Steve, because it's been a while since I played this character, and that was like on the top of my head to fix. It's like, how do I work in clarity in here? But yeah, 126 spirit on a scepter is a super low roll. So I just gotta find another scepter that has int and a high presence on it with just slightly better spirit, and then I'll be able to work in clarity easy. Okay. So I'm trying to think about saving this map for the Citadel. I'm just kind of worried about the elemental res and the poison hit chance, because poison sometimes kills me. I don't know how elemental res impacts this build. I don't think it does because we're doing chaos damage, but I don't know how much that impacts the initial like chance of Biras and hitting them. I don't think it does. I don't think monster elemental res has any impact. So I think that map's fine for the Citadel. It's always the scariest Citadel to me. That boss has a few weird, scary one-shots. Like, Doriani and Jamin Ra are pretty easy, in my opinion. Their maps and... Oh, look! Alright, GGG, I know you're watching. Daddy needs some divines. I mean, that's not a divine, but we'll take it. Come on. Alright, GGG, please. Please, I want to go play other builds. And if you just shat me out like 10 mirrors right now, I could play so many fun builds. I could play so many fun builds. Shit. Well, we got a level 20 spirit gem. I might end up saving that, though, for my Tactician, because my Tactician will use Caltrops, so I might want the level 20 Spirit Gem for him. So, I might not even sell it.
You are not long for this world.
I don't even know what they're worth right now. Oh wow, that thing that did no damage. There we go.
My beloved Asinia.
Alright. Let's see if I can not blow this citadel. Any new citadels in range, by the way? Nope. Don't see any. Three attempts. Hopefully I don't need to die once. But I don't think I've died to Iron Citadel yet. This patch. He can be scary sometimes, though. It just depends. Because I'm just nervous because this build's so squishy. I don't know if I've done an Iron Citadel on this build. I've done like 3 Iron Citadels on my Warbringer. I've done, I did the other 2 on this character. I've done Jamin-Ra and Doriani's Citadels. Which is also something like people don't talk about enough, is that like when Acts 4, 5, and 6 come, we're gonna have 3 more Citadel bosses, which is just awesome. There's gonna be so many more good fights. I like to go straight for the Citadel boss on this map, and then I do the rares after. And the Citadel boss is usually always down here to the left. Oh yeah, no, like if I were to like be playing like my content for like ease, like, and like no chance of dying, like my Warbringer is just so unkillable. Like, I truly feel like he's not unkillable, but like, I have no fear on him unless I'm doing Delirium. I can do any boss in the game on him right now. My damage just might not be great, but I could live through all their attacks on him. But this build is just... It's frail with a blow block chance, so I just feel so scared all the time. Its damage is cracked, but... No, I haven't tried a flicker build yet, Hyde. Not my current build, no. Not in this build, at least. I don't think you'd be able to... Like, maybe you could. I don't know. I don't think you could into this build. Thorns, Warbringer, you could work in a companion, I bet. I would have to rebuild the build, though. Go get one shot. Instantly half health. Instantly half health from that one ignite. What is happening? Do your transition, fool. That's what I'm talking about. He randomly can one-shot you. Like, look at this guy doing... Look what he's doing. Like, this is phase 1. Leave me alone. He did all that while he was supposed to be transitioning.
Your pulse quickens.
Geonor is a beast just out of nowhere sometimes. He is so scary. He's the scariest Citadel boss. Because he'll just do those, like, raining fire attack, like the chaos attacks, and just, like, pounce like crazy. And these builds have low move speed, so... Without blink, or a high movement speed, it's just, like, so scary.
Death waited at the door. Then hour by hour, men fell as summer sour.
Alright, don't be a jerk. Oh my god, he's being a jerk. There we go. Sit. Sit, boy. You see that ignite tick there at the end? Yes, we got two fragments. Let's go. Oh, it always feels good when you get 2 fragments. Spire of Iron and the neat Chaos Spear? I have to look at it. None of the spear skills look pretty interesting to me, though. No, that's skill, Larry. When things go well, it's scary. It's skill. It's skill. That's skill luck right there. Yeah, I don't know. Like, for me, when I was expecting spears, like, the only spear build I want to do is a basic attack spear build. Because, I don't know, to me, I just love Javazon so much that, like, I don't want to do anything but just throw, like, spears at people and watch everyone die. Like, I just want to throw an actual spear and not be some weird ability. So if I were to do any spear build, it would be, like, a basic attack spear build, like a spear throw build. Yeah, that would be the option. Other option is we trade the implicit max life for the implicit of spirit. But yes, clarity should be worked into the build for sure. Whenever I do my optimized update video in a couple days, it'll probably have an amulet with spirit, but it depends on what I can afford. You can do that with Pin plus Frenzy. Yeah, I haven't really looked into what you would do with it, but just when I looked at all the spear builds, like, the only ones that I found fun are the, like, Rake. Oh, look, another strong, rare strong box. Oh! This is why this map's so dangerous. But yeah, Spear Thrower just seems like the build I would want to do if I played a Spear Throw build. Or if I played a Spear build. I just want it to be like a actual Spear Throw like Diablo 2. Like, Rake is fun. Rake's probably the only Spear skill I like, but I use that on my Warbringer already, so I don't want to really do a Rake build. Pretty sure I have both of these already. Yep. Okay, so I'll probably selling both of these because I just want Divines right now, but there's a chance I keep one of these for an Arbiter attempt at some point, but I'm probably just selling both of them. What are they going for right now? I want Exalted Orbs. I have Ancient Crisis Fragments. Yeah, that's basically a Divine each, so they're probably getting sold. Alright, no new Citadels to path to. Alright, we're going to go do Ultimatum. I don't have much drive. I don't know, Lennox. I don't have much drive to, like, push a build to clear +4 Arbiter, because I literally just did that in 0.1, and it all feels basically the same to me, but, like, almost easier. So it's like I could try and invest like, I don't know. I'm making no promises. I could, and, like, if I were to do it with any build, it's this one or Thorns build. One of those will get pushed further, if, like, maybe. But it's like, to push builds further right now, it takes like 10 to 100 Divine, and I could just go play new fun builds instead of spending 10 to 100 Divine on one single build. I could play like 5 new builds, right? And I'm getting more fun from that right now than the idea of trying to do +4 Arbiter on my Warbringer. So I just, that's where my brain's at right now, is I just, like, if there was something new added to Pinnacle content, I would be spamming that right now. Like, if there was a +5, or if there was, like, a new Pinnacle boss for, like, Legion event or something like that, you know? I would be okay, like, trying to min-max for that, but right now I just don't, like... I don't want to spend 100 Divine just to kill +4 Arbiter right now. And it's not just that it's expensive to make the build, it's expensive to attempt doing those bosses. Like, you could try and do +4 Arbiter and fail 3 times before you get a clip of you figuring out how to do it, like the gear optimization you need. It's just so expensive. And I'm not good at making money. Like, what I need to do, honestly, is learn how to make currency at the beginning of a season so I can, like, coast for most of the league off of that first week of currency. But I'm just really bad at that. I'm always currency farmed. I don't know what the solution is here for me. Because I just like playing different builds.
Don't get overconfident. Just play strike for the heart.
That's where my brain's at, Mana. Is like... Not where my brain's at, but that's my, my floor for a build if I'm making a video for it. I have to be able to get the 4th Ascendancy. If I can't get the 4th Ascendancy, I'm never going to make a video for it. If it can't kill Trial Master, it's not a good enough build. Beyond that, I don't care. Like, I care, obviously. If I can get Pinnacle content in my videos, I will obviously do that, but... Yeah, I agree, man. That's what I think about it, is if it can get the 4th Ascendancy, it'll at least get people to endgame. And then from there, they can, you know, hopefully figure out where to go. If I don't do an update. Because really, my strength isn't even in optimizing. Like, no one's watching my videos because they want a refined, optimized build, even though I want to get to the point that I'm not making those mistakes. But yes, I agree with that statement, Mana. 4th Ascendancy is like the... yeah. And then my Lich build I uploaded yesterday, I dominated the 4th Ascendancy. So, like, that's just, like, you know... If you kill... It's not just about killing Trial Master. He got pooped on. So it's like, yeah, that's good enough. That's a good that's the next benchmark for me, Lennet. That's a good one right there. I think +4's Jet is way more... +3 or +4 Jet is way more reasonable than Arbiter kills. I get a lot of comments about Delirium and Arbiter kills, and those are just so expensive to do and attempt. But I think Jet, because of how cheap he is, and just, like, he's just such a good bar. So I agree with that. Like, the first bar is, can it get the 4th Ascendancy? And then the next bar you should be testing after would be Jet right now. Just because it's an easy... he's not easy. He's not easy, but it's easy to test into because he's so cheap. I think they're like less than 100 exalts right now to do a breach attempt. It might be even cheaper than 50 right now. But yeah, that's a good bar. I like that one. That's like the next bar. It's like, yeah. I would love to do Arbiter attempts more. Like if I had it my way, I would do plenty of attempts on all the builds, but it's just like, yeah. There's just too many fun builds to try right now in early access. The Arbiter fight's definitely... So, I don't know if I call it BS. When I think of BS, I think of Lilith and Diablo 4. I haven't played Diablo 4 in like 2 to 3 years, but if you ever played D4 for its first 3 to 4 seasons, Lilith was the stupidest, most BS design fight I've ever experienced in an ARPG. It was so incredibly unfun, unbalanced, and just not rewarding of skill. It was just like all one-shot mechanics that were just completely dumb and stupid with an incredibly high life pool. Like, I call that more BS than Arbiter. I think Arbiter is a BS. Yeah, I guess, yeah. BS is a fine word to use. He's not as bad as Lilith, though. I just think of Lilith as just like peak BS. And he's not near as bad as Lilith was. But it's kind of like a toned-down version of Lilith, where it's just like some of the effects are just too hard to dodge. Too many one-shots. But at least you can kill Arbiter with enough damage. Lilith was just so stupid.
We are only getting started. Both depth and deception.
But yeah, my biggest problem with Arbiter is just the expensiveness of attempting him. Because, like, doesn't he drop, like, isn't he, like, one of the best places to farm those jewels from? So, like, I would love to be able to farm them. It's just, like, a farm like that is not feasible for a player like me. I just don't have enough knowledge about crafting and selling those uniques and stuff. Like, I feel like if I'm doing an Arbiter attempt, I'm not getting my money back, like, 90% of the time. I don't know if that's your guys' experience, but
Impressive.
most of the time I do a Pinnacle boss, I don't get my money back even close. So it just never, like, ever feels worth it. 40 EX right now for a Breach attempt. Maybe I should do a Breach attempt on stream right now just so I can show you how much I struggle with Breach on this build. I did a Breach +2 last night, and I got my ass kicked. $40 is super cheap, though, yeah. That's a good baseline, because that's an affordable one, right? Like, if I knew it was that cheap, I would have had a jet kill in my Lich video I did yesterday. 40x is, like, cheaper than, or at least it was cheaper than Audience with the King was a couple days ago. No, you're fine, Stev. Agreed, man. So, like, that's when I quit most ARPGs as well. It's not just about the money investment, right? Like, right now, like, here's my problem with upgrading this build right now. The only reason I'm upgrading it right now is because so many people want me to, and because it's going to be my farming character for the foreseeable future. But my problem with most ARPG builds and why I reroll is there's a point you hit in the build where upgrades, you don't feel them anymore. And that usually happens around level 90 with most builds. Every upgrade like that is incremental, and they matter, or the upgrades that are big after that require like 100 divines, right? So it's like, there's this point where it's like, every upgrade is reasonably cheap, and those upgrades always feel super impactful, and then there you get serious diminishing returns. And that's usually when I start quitting a build, right? Like, if my investment in money is not increasing the fun of the build, which most of the time, when you get level 90 plus, it's very minor investments for the divines, right? There's nothing new in the rotation, there's nothing new in the damage spikes. It's just like all very minor increments. Like, that's usually when I lose interest in a build. It's not that it's not fun anymore, but it's like, why should I invest 100 divines into this when it's going to get fractionally better? That's when a build loses me. And that's when I usually reroll. And that's where this build is at, right? Like, I don't really want to get these life jewels at this point, but because it's going to be my farming character, I'm willing to do that. And because those life jewels are going to be used on multiple characters going forward, too. Like, I'm going to be using them on a lot of characters. So it's just like a good seasonal investment, but yeah. It's around level 90, I feel. It's like you've peaked with a build, and then everything from here is either just like it's too expensive or just not worth it. Sacred Flame Shrine Scepter. Cheapest price is 17 divines. Sheesh.
Could hardly call that a challenge.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't even know there was a increased charm effect thing.
Guilt weighs you down.
Alright, don't be a jerk, bird.
Prove your might against this magnificent beast.
He's like barely igniting himself. Like, sometimes the ignites barely hurt, but then sometimes they hit like super hard.
impressive. Normally exceptional and more common than you think.
But yeah, it's like, I have to farm these jewels, so that the jewels are going to run me almost 30 divine for all three. But there's other big chase items I want to buy too, like Chernobog. And then I gotta find currency for my ritualist, so it's just like, the game's so expensive. I gotta learn how to make money. And obviously, we have loot drop increase coming, but that doesn't necessarily make things cheaper. Inflating the economy with more currency doesn't necessarily make the price go down. It might just make the price go up, because if there's more divines in the economy, people are going to be like, well, the item I was selling for 36, now I'm going to sell for 50 divines. How are you ever going to buy Chernbog Pillar? I'm not. I'm going to have to wait for it to drop. That's part of the reason why I've taken a break from Thorns. It's like a lot of the optimizations I want to make for Thorns is going to run me like 100 plus divines to completely optimize the build. It's why I just need to like learn how to craft or something, or like other ways to make currency. I'm definitely not a fan of like the community funding stuff. Like I don't want to be doing that ever. Like maybe at the very end of the league when it's super bored, but like never this early in a league, like ever. I hate that kind of. I don't mind the people that do that, but I don't want to do that. How will it perform in Uber endgame? I've been told that it clears everything really well. I don't know if it'll clear Simulacrum. Simulacrum's getting nerfed soon though, so I imagine it'll be doable after the nerf.
A challenger. We're straight to the heart of the matter. The rituals require...
Oh, that sounds cool, Steve-O. Yeah, I've done no research into charms at all. Like, charms have been pretty boring until I found this build, so, like, I know nothing about all the charms stuff. If it's not in this build, I haven't learned about it yet, probably, from a charm perspective. I didn't even realize there was jewel effects for that. That sounds good. I don't know if it impacts this, though, but if it did, that would be a huge damage amp. Well, potentially, because right now the crit is really huge, but oops, stunned myself. The item I'm still disappointed in that no one's done a build for is that, I think it's called Chop or something. I'm waiting for someone to make a mace build with that. Yeah, that's same here, Yanli. Like on my Warbringer, I've cleared +4 audience with the king, and I could barely clear +0 delirium. And on this build, I can't clear +1 delirium. I got my ass kicked. I died too fast in Simulacrum. They were hitting me too hard, and I would just get killed. I just need to be tankier for Sim. No, there's a two-handed mace. It's called Chober or something, Chober Jobber or something like that. And it like passives that give your minions damage also apply to you or something. It was like one of the first uniques I saw in this game that I was like, oh, that looks really cool. And I tried to make it work like 4 or 5 different times, and it was always ass. Maybe it's Jobber? Oh, hey, Jobber. I forget what it's called. But that weapon looked really cool to me, and it just never worked to me in 0.1. Yes. That necklace, everyone recommends it to me for every single one of my reflect and Thorns builds. I forget what that necklace is called, but yeah, the one that you instantly prevent 10% of that damage you take. It's something I want to work into all of these builds if I can. Specifically Thorns, but you just get so many stats from, like, yeah. Thorns builds are just so unique heavies. Chober Chabber, yeah, that one. I was hoping that would be cool. Well, like, you know, Chober Chabber would be so cool in so many minion builds and shit, if, like, you know, depending on the skills you were using, it's just... How you know which crit the charm has? You don't. I don't think the charm has crit. Oh, you mean the crit damage bonus? Because your crit, the charm doesn't have crit. All that matters is you crit. So all that matters is my 73% crit. I don't know how it's scaling off of like crit damage bonus, but I don't think there's any way to like see this thing's stats right now. As far as I'm aware. Oh, Nightbot timed you out. It just does that automatically. Appreciate it, Lennox, but I'm avoiding that kind of stuff for now.
Where will your choices bring you this time?
Part of the reason why I think what helps my build, or why my channel is as not as successful as it is, but part of the reason why it's getting success is like none of my builds are like super expensive because I can't afford to make them expensive, right? I suck at the game, so like I guess some of my builds are just like fairly relatable. I've never really posted like a 30 divine build or anything like that. And then once I start like taking like items and stuff from people, I feel like it'll make my build just feel a little less accessible. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because most of the people viewing want to just see the concept in action, right? They don't necessarily care about how the gear was obtained. Some people want to know how expensive it's going to be. But what's most important to the viewer is like the concept of the build and does it work and how to pull it off, right? But I'm still... Yeah, for some reason, I have a hang-up over taking stuff from viewers. Despite there being, like, huge fundraising events, right? Like, you have people like Empyrean who do community, like, fundraiser events for, like, challenge videos and stuff, like. So it's not like it's morally wrong, but for some reason I'm just hung up over it.
Just because you beat the first room, they adapt to your assault.
Because even last league, someone offered me, like, when they were quitting, to give me 100 divine, so I could just, like, experiment with fun builds. And that would have been awesome towards the end of the league, right? To just sit there and fuck around, but I just felt weird about it. Even though there's nothing weird about it. It was in the name of science. Are you still using Ray's shield? I swapped to Resonating Shield. I forgot why. There was something that Resonating Shield provided for me that Ray's shield wasn't. And I don't remember why I did the swap, Arcage. There was a reason why I swapped off of raised shield, though, to resonating shield. There was some benefit from it. It was a very situational thing, and I'm annoyed that I forgot what it was. But there was just a very unique situation where resonating shield functions slightly better, and then in every other situation, there's no difference. So that's why I've just started using resonating shield. I just can't remember what the fucking reason was, and I'm annoyed by it. But there's a distinct... for some reason, I thought it was a support gem, but all of these support gems go into raised shield. So there was just something about raised shield and how it was interacting where there was this one moment where it was like, oh, but resonating shield could do that, so I should swap. Yeah, Yonli, I league started my tactician because the lich build I did... Was it armor break? I don't remember. Maybe it was just because I wanted some armor break, but I don't think I need armor... No. Because you don't need armor break at all on this build.
This is just a warm-up.
I don't remember why. There was a reason why that I swapped to resonating. But yeah, the reason why I league started my tactician, Yonli, was because I wanted to do my lich's minion build on a tactician. But the banners sucked for it. The other weapon buff ascendancy sucked for it. Well, your crit damage doesn't... Well, I don't have Crackling Barrier in here right now. Maybe that was one of the things I wanted to add, but Crackling Barrier damage doesn't do anything for this build. Like, your Thorns damage doesn't matter. All that matters is you crit. And Crackling Barrier doesn't do anything for the crit. Unless I'm mistaken. There was something. I think there might have been a specific support gem I was using at one point that wasn't working in Raised Shield. But now that was working in Resonating. I don't remember. I'm annoyed that I forgot. Because I was trying to add it to the video. Or not the video. You're saying Crackling Barrier is a second instance of damage? Right, but I already have Thorns damage critting. Like, your Thorns doesn't do 3 instances of damage, right? Like, you don't do... When I get hit, right, it's doing all of my Thorns damage at once. It's not doing the physical Thorns, and that's critting, and then it's doing the Fire Thorns, and then that's critting, and then it's doing the Lightning Thorns, and that's critting. It's just your Thorns does 1 crit in that instance, right? So adding Lightning Thorns to this, in my understanding, like, it does nothing to the interaction. I'm already having Thorns on my gear that's critting. So unless I'm completely mistaken here, adding Lightning Thorns does not, like, add an extra chance of me critting, right? How does it let me hit the boss without needing to be hit, though? I don't need extra lightning damage, though. None of my damage is coming from Thorns or Lightning. All my damage is coming from Bira's, right? Like, how is the Thorns damage... How does the Crackling Barrier improve Bira's Thorns damage at all? Or Bira's Ignite damage? Because Thorns damage is nothing of this build. The only thing Thorns is used for is that single crit that triggers the charm. So unless there's a mechanic I'm missing... that I just don't understand. Like, I don't see how adding more lightning damage does any to this build. Because, like, adding Crackling Barrier is going to add, like, 200 lightning damage, but... Right, but I'm already doing, like, again, Clutch Crit, explain to me how the lightning... I'm already... doing a Thorns. I already have Thorns damage, right? This one instance of damage only needs the crit. It doesn't matter if it does 1 damage or 1,000 damage. That doesn't matter. All that matters is the single crit that happens. So how does adding Crackling Barrier give me more chance to crit? I'm still going to be getting hit and doing Thorns damage, right? Like, explain to me, if I'm misunderstanding something, explain to me how adding Crackling Barrier improves the interaction at all with me getting crit. I already have Thorns damage. The extra lightning does not do damage. Like, I'm not doing any... None of my damage is coming from the Thorns damage. All of the damage from this build is coming from this charm. This ignite here. How does that help me, though? Crackling Barrier only gives me Thorns damage. Crackling Barrier is not making me do Thorns damage. Unless I'm misunderstanding something, all it does is improve the amount my Thorns hits. How does a boss that doesn't hit me benefit in that situation? Like, that's where I don't... how does that... Me putting Crackling Barrier and Resonating Shield, as far as I know, doesn't make each of these pulses do Thorns damage. All that does is increase my Thorns number up here. But this isn't making each of these slams do Thorns damage.
This is just a warm-up.
So I just don't see how it helps. Unless I'm just completely not understanding how Crackling Barrier works. But like, doing this doesn't make each of the... With Crackling Barrier, and it doesn't make each of these pulses do Thorns damage. All Crackling Barrier does is gives you Thorns damage equal to 20% of your maximum mana. Like, it just buffs this number. Equal to 20% of your maximum mana. All it does is make that number go up. Yeah. It's not like actually doing instances of damage like Barbs would, as an example, right? Like this, when I attack with a melee hit, it triggers Barbs, right? Like, but this Barbs can't go in Resonating Shield. If you could put Barbs in Resonating Shield, that would be great for that, but... And then Quill Burst doesn't actually proc on the target you're hitting, so it's not useful for that situation as well.
A true display of might. They grow unstoppable. Kill them all.
I wish you could put Barbs into Resonating Shield, though. That would be huge. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've been wanting to, so I was wanting to set up a Lightning Thorns build on my Warbringer at some point, but I got distracted, and Choir of Storm was something I wanted to test. I'm glad that you tested it. That's cool that it worked. I mean, Clutch, that's like part of the reason why we stream, like, or I stream and we have these discussions, right? It's like, none of us know everything about this game. It's possible I was wrong. I could have learned potentially there, but you know, that's why, yeah, don't feel bad.
Could hardly call that correct.
There are plenty of mechanics that I'm just, you know, straight up wrong about or don't understand. The wording on some of these is just like spaghetti.
Seek out the corpse.
That's cool, Owner. I'm gonna have to try that out when I revisit the Lightning Thorns Warbringer. Choir of the Storm sounds really interesting, because yeah, I wanted to test that. I was like soft testing it with Mjolnir, but I never really like played with it for more than an hour or two. Not Mjolnir. I forget the name of the lightning mace I was using, but yeah, that sounds, Choir of Storms, if that works, with that interaction, that could be really cool. Woodland Aspect. Guessing it's down here. Oh, oh, there it is. See, like, I agree, this could be really good. But it's like, too expensive for me to want to test it. Like, I feel like if it was better, everyone on PoE Ninja that was using this build would have this anointed. It's possible they've all missed this as an option. 25% increased effect would be what? So, like, it put up to 625% life? Is that how that would technically work? If it worked as you were expecting it to work? Like, if I were to assume it was coded to work as a 25% increase, this would be 625% to the max HP, which would be fucking insane, right? That's a massive damage boost. And right now I'd be losing 30% increased magnitude and 20% increased duration. So that trade-off is just, like, obviously would math out better, right? Oh, but it says charms applied to you. See, that's where the GGG word spaghetti has to come in. You have to be smart and think about these things. This does say applied to you, but it is applied to you. Beerus is applied to you. You see, I think, wait, no, maybe it's not. You see a cooldown down here, but I don't see a buff up here, so. Well, it does grant immunity to ignite, though, so it is applied to you. I don't know. I could see it either way. It grants immunity to ignite, so it gets applied to you in a sense. But I don't know if that would buff the maximum life. Yeah, it's something that should be tested. I am not spending the money to test it. Isn't isolation expensive as fuck? Yeah, I agree. The numbers could be insane. I'm just not. I don't have the money to test it. No, I want to. I just like. There are so many like. From my understanding, there are just way too many good players at this game. Once a build's been around for a week or two, you're gonna figure out all the best ways to min-max it by looking at PoE Ninja. And I would imagine someone on PoE Ninja would be using it, right? You can upcycle the distilled? What do you mean?
Expecting praise? Depth and perception. I suggest you aim for the head. So
Later. You mean like the 3-to-1 thing works for distilleds? Is that true? Like I put 3 red ones in and it'll do the one above it? Hell yeah, Marco, grats, bro. Yeah, that weapon swap Spectre technique is freaking awesome, dude. I'm sure that's going to be a technique that is used for a long time for like so many like sacrifice corpse type builds like that. Oh, interesting. I never knew you could 3-to-1 those things. It'll math to the same price, really? Yeah, but like when you have like 500 ires, right? You don't really want to trade those up, right? One at a time. It's cool. It's an option. I'm glad you told me. I don't know if I'd actually 3-to-1 all the way up to an isolation, but it's good to know. I don't know, actually. I've never actually tried to fix heavy stun with the stun charm. That's a good question. Doriani is definitely hard in the campaign because he doesn't do many attacks that trigger Thorns that are safe for you to hit. Because like some of the ground slams will just one-shot you early. Just make sure your gem skills are leveled. Like, what is your is your spirit gem for scavenge plating up to date, or is it like 5 or 6 spirit gem levels too low? If your damage is too low, the answer would be get more damage, you know? So whether that's through more Thorns damage on gear, whether that's through buying the Lightning Thorns runes. But if you suddenly hit a wall at a specific boss where nothing has changed except for this boss, then I would imagine it would be a gear check.
Don't expect the next round to be that easy. You cannot outrun time. Don't fall behind.
Yeah, maybe try using Rake instead. I mean, it's impossible to be able to answer without, like, knowing your gear, seeing footage of you doing the fight. Like, there could be a million things as to what's going wrong, right? Like, I don't know your support gem setup. Like, the best advice I can give is just do your best to follow the guide as close as you can, but if you're struggling with damage, the answer for that usually is just get more damage, you know? Get the Thorns lightning damage runes, if you can afford them. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, for me, I played a lot of Reflect builds, and specifically Magma Barrier builds in 0.1, so I've just learned all of the attacks in the game that can and won't reflect stuff like that, so a lot of it is just learning what you can survive, can't survive, what things actually will cause a reflect. The game is not perfect for Thorns builds. There are definitely fights where it's just like, this fucking sucks. But through all of my Thorns leveling experiences, I did them twinked out. Like, I didn't, like, when I made my first Thorns video, I was like, hey, look how twinked I am, right? Like, I didn't actually do, like, a low-cost Thorns leveling build, so I don't know what the average experience is like. I didn't have a single problem at any point because my Thorns damage was just way higher than it should have been.
I'd be wary of its breath if I were you.
Would he die already? He being a tanky beach. I've never played Grim Dawn before. I'm not normally a Reflect kind of guy. I almost always play Cyclone builds. And I would have been a Cyclone main if this game had Cyclone when it came out. Like, Reflect builds were always, like, my 3rd or 4th or 5th character as, like, a board type of thing. I always default to Cyclone builds, so, like... But I would be, I want to try, I've heard, you just told me Grim Dawn has a good Cyclone, or excuse me, Reflect style, and I've heard that Thorns in Last Epoch is cool too, but I also have not played Last Epoch. This might be controversial, I don't know if I'm about to hurt some Last Epoch viewers, fans. I was excited to play Last Epoch, and I was planning on checking it out before 0.3, like whenever I got bored of 0.2, I was just going to take a break and go sniff out Last Epoch. But it's the same thing with Diablo 4. I'm never going to fucking play Diablo 4 again as long as they do it. I'm never going to do Last Epoch as long as they do it. The privileged, closed betas that they do, where the game is solved when the day it comes out, and there's like tier list out because a bunch of creators have gotten early access. I fucking hate that shit so much. I fucking hate it. It is so damn lame. I know I don't look at people's builds when I'm making my builds in PoE 2, so if you just put on blinders, it doesn't impact your experience at all. Like, it's not like I'm out there scouting all of these PoE 2 builds before making my own, so it's like, it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of build making, but I just hate the fucking business practice of it. It is so lame. There is so much fun and exploration when everybody, as a community, gets to experience the new meta at once. Like, that aspect is fun. How many days do you, like, wake up, and on the Path of Exile 2 Reddit, there's a new build that suddenly is taking over, like Bira's as an example. These things being found in real time, and then watching the meta in real time develop around them, is fucking awesome. And the fact that games like Last Epoch and Diablo 4, it's not even just that it's privileged, like, to the creators and, like, these exclusive testers, but the fact that it's just, like, all of this stuff gets textable at all, it just... sorry, not the PoE 2 Reddit, the PoE 2 builds Reddit. When I said the PoE 2 Reddit, I meant it's called Path of Exile 2 builds. That Reddit specifically is the only subreddit I go to. And it's because there's actual build discussion there. But yeah, I don't know. There's so much you miss out on when doing that, and it's just a big turnoff to me. So, like, I don't even want to play Last Epoch anymore. I didn't realize they did that until after launch. I was like, oh. But yeah, I don't want to support that kind of practice. It's just super lame to me. It takes away from the whole community feel of, like, the build creating aspect. Like, sure, there will be some random wacky shit that pops up here and there, but, like, the first 2 weeks of a Path of Exile season being the Wild West is fucking the most fun part of that every season start. And that was really sapped for me from Diablo. It's one of the reasons why I stopped Diablo 4 is because Diablo 4 did that stuff. And it was just like, oh, okay, can't wait to play Thorns again in this league. And then, you know, you have Rax releasing tier lists that are saying Thorns is already F tier. And it's like, oh. So I don't even get to, like, have the hope of exploring it, right? Like, it crushes the hope of exploring builds before you even try them, I guess. And, yeah, it's just super lame to me. And, you know, yeah, I was going to try Last Epoch before the season came out, before 0.3, but, like, I don't know. I have enjoyed PoE 2's Wild West so much that it just, yeah, there's no way I could enjoy playing Last Epoch knowing it's like that. It's yeah. I'm not saying I won't ever play Last Epoch, but right now I'm super turned off to it because of that right there. It's what Diablo 2 does, or Diablo 4 does, and I fucking hate it. It ruined so many leagues for me in Diablo 4. It was just like, oh, I can't wait to revisit this build that I played last season with these new changes. And then you see a Rax video, and it's like, this build is F tier. Because they nerfed this, and this. It's like, well, now I don't get to have even, like, fake fun playing it for a week. And again, it's not a shot at the creators doing these things. The shot is completely at Blizzard and Last Epoch developers for doing this, because of course people are going to want to take advantage of those types of things. And I hate the excuse that that's the only way they can bug test, because fuck no. Those games are still buggy as hell. No one uses those tests as bug tests. They use it because they're free marketing tools. Because, and here's why you know they're not used for bug test. When Rax, or again, I keep saying Rax as if like him doing these things are bad. I love Rax and his content, and he should be making these content when he gets early access to these developer builds. But if you were to make a tier list for a build, right, and these early builds for balance, every single build that Rax says is F tier would not release at F tier, because the devs would have taken the time for this internal testing to rebalance the game around those complaints. All of these internal tests are just purely for last-second server testing and marketing reasons. So it's not even like the excuse they use is we do it so we can get proper testing. Then, well, why isn't the game balanced when it comes out? Why does Rax have 5 different F-tier builds and only 2 S-tier builds? Like, if that was the case, then the game would be balanced when it came out, and that's not ever the case. So it's just, it's super cringe. It takes away from the fun. I know everyone doesn't feel that way, and I'm sorry if you like Last Epoch. I haven't tried it yet, so I'm not trying to be too critical of the game itself, but that business practice itself, I just do not enjoy. Let me know if you want to call it a business practice, but I don't know. Again, like, I want to use this Bira's Charm as an example. When this was found, like, suddenly it's catching on, not just as my build, but, like, in the ranged version, too, is more popular than mine. Like, no one was thinking about a Bira's Charm build going into this league, and, like, that's just, like, a discovery aspect of this fresh start experience that's so cool. How tanky is this build? It's okay tanky. It's not the... If you ultra min-max it, it's super tanky. Some bosses will fuck you up. But most content is okay. But it's not like a... You're not face-tanking Delirium with this build. I mean, there's ranged versions of this build, Great Burb, that don't use the helmet and boots. They use Eye of Winter style. But if you're playing Reflect style specifically, like with Thorns as the engine,
Don't give up so early.
you need both of these. Could you get rid of Crown of the Pale King? Sure. It would be way more difficult without it. The quality of life you get with Crown of the Pale King is just too good. But you could just not run either of them and just run the Eye of Winter version that a lot of the ranged people play. It's the way more popular style, as far as I understand. So, I do as well, kind of, mister, but, like... I mean, so, let me rephrase. If you want to blame them, I don't blame you for blaming them. But I don't blame them for doing it. They're financially incentivized to, and most of their community appreciates the work. I assume I'm the minority that gets annoyed by that kind of, like, atmosphere being changed. I think most people prefer to know before they start a league if their build's going to be good or not. And then, of course, these creators are financially incentivized to do it. Because if you have build guides come out day one of a new ARPG, like, that's fucking huge, right? Like, you're almost forced to as a creator in that situation, or you'll be behind. So I don't blame them for doing it. Or rather, I understand why they do it. But if you want to put blame on them for the situation that's happening, I understand. But I put, like, 99% of the blame on the developer. Because the reasoning for doing it is a lie. It's purely for marketing. Yeah, I see a lot of people compare this to Righteous Fire. I never actually played Righteous Fire, so I don't know how it compares.
Powering the monument requires souls.
Claire Obscure, I've never heard of it, but my team's only 2 people. It's me and my other friend, and, like, yeah, any small team making a game, like, 2 to, like, 50, like, there's just so much going on in game development, like, I think 30-ish people seems like, for a non-AAA game, that seems like a good studio size. So I would say that's, I don't know what game you're talking about, Rosimund. I would have to see it, but if it's a good game, I mean, that's obviously impressive. Because you have studios with thousands and thousands of developers that just churn out crap, so... I think so. Like, the next game we're making is Card Quests, and it's a card game about collecting trading cards, right? Like, the whole point of the game is you open card packs, and you're just trying to collect every trading card in the game. My studio would not have been able to make that without the use of artificial intelligence. Like, neither of us are an artist, and the game has hundreds of cards. So even using free art online, or trying to find artists online that would be willing to collaborate for free, you're talking about hundreds of art assets that we need to collaborate on. That's just too much work. But with artificial intelligence, I can at least use the AI as a template, and then, like, when we hire artists, be like, redraw all of the AI art off of these styles, or, like, off of these, like, frameworks, right? Like, we would have 100% never even attempted this game without those kind of new tools. So, yes. And also, there are just so many packages in Unity and Unreal now that are just really solid. A lot of your favorite indie games right now are using a lot of the same coding systems that you can just buy online in Unity and the Unreal Store. A lot of games will use the same NPC pathing program. A lot of games will use the same, like, animation programs. They'll use the same physics engines. So, like, a lot of games use, like, in 2 of our games, we use a system called A-Star. It's a pathfinding system. A-Star is used in so many games, right? Before, if you wanted to make a game with its own pathfinding, you would have to, like, completely design your own pathfinding system from the ground up. So you would need someone who knew code well enough to not only just make the pathfinding system, but you would probably need someone who was specialized in coding a pathfinding system. But now, with all of these packages you can buy in the Unity store, neither of us have to be specialized in pathfinding, and we don't have to waste 6 months coding it. We already have the pathfinding system created, we buy it, and then it takes us a week to 2 weeks to learn and implement it. You know, so it is so much easier to get involved in indie games right now than it was before, but the problem is now the industry is just flooded with a bunch of really dog shit indie games. And I'm gonna be honest, my first few indie games, they've been dog shit. I'm trying my best with them, but making games is fucking hard, you know? And at some point, we'll make a game that's good enough, and it'll make us money, and then we'll be able to use that money to make a really great game. But as someone who's now releasing his 3rd game with 0 money, it's fucking hard, but it's possible. The tools are getting easier every day for normies to, like, get into the industry and start learning. You're gonna have to accumulate years of experience to be able to navigate all the troubles of game development, but yeah, that statement holds true 100%, that, like, there's just so many tools that just, like, if I were to make my favorite type of game, or my dream game that I want to make would be like an RPG that, like, tells a really in-depth story, like God of War is. You know how it's almost like a cinematic movie experience. Most of those games right now, you can start trying to make them. There is very easy ways with just your cell phone and a couple of sheets for you to 3D capture your own animations in your bedroom. And it won't be before long that you'll be able to make entire cinematics very easily with tools online. Like, so every year it just gets, especially with how Unreal is growing faster and faster. Oh no, Rosie, there's no way I'm making an ARPG. No.
Now this is starting to get more frail than you know.
It would cost too much money and require, like, too much, like, it would just, like, yeah. There was no way I would be able to make an ARPG without trying to make it as good as PoE in, like, as many aspects as possible, and that would just be way too fucking expensive and require a team that's way too big. Like, an ARPG is just, yeah, it would require such a difficult, yeah, the team to make, like, yeah, there's no way. I would need, like, project managers to, like, help manage me and shit. Like, A game of that scale is just going to be... It would have to be just so dumbed down. It would not have near the depth of an ARPG that I would want to play, and then I don't want to make that game, right? I'm sure that wink is being sarcastic, Xantius, because all I see nonstop is drama about how people, and specifically artists, are upset about AI art. It's like I can't go a single day without seeing an article about how AI art is killing another industry. Which, again, it was sarcastic, yeah, I figured. Listen, when we release Card Quest, I already have a big video plan that's like, hey, we don't want to use AI art. We want to use money from sales to hire community artists to redraw our game. Because I already know if it does get popular, which who knows, it's always a coin flip with indie games. 3D simulators can be super popular, and then sometimes they're a complete miss. But, like, I don't want there to be AR art in the game, but I literally can't afford to hire artists, and I'm not an artist. So it was either don't make this game, or make it with AI art. And, again, if I had everything my way, I would never use AI art. Or any AI at all. I would love to hire a team of artists to redraw all of our cards, and that is my goal. I know you're not accusing me of anything. I'm just saying that that's my plan with it, but I have the same stance with AI art. Is like, I have a problem with AAA studios using AI art in their games, right? That's my problem. Like when Blizzard and companies like that use AI, right? Like, I don't think Blizzard's ever been accused of using AI, but you get what I'm saying, right? Those people using AI instead of hiring artists because they're cheap pieces of shit, that's what I have a problem with, but... yeah. If we get review bombed because we have AI art, I won't be... like, I'll be upset because I want the game to do well. I think it's fun, and we put our heart and soul into it. The only reason we're willing to invest money into hiring artists to redraw the AI art is because we care about the game. But if it got review bombed and didn't take off because of the AR art, I would accept that, you know? That's just the state of things right now. But it is my biggest, literally, my biggest concern with the game right now is the AI art, because I just don't want to get flamed for it. Because I'm not happy about it either. I see, like, I agree with all of those complaints. But, like, what should I have done? Just not, like, obviously it could have been like, okay, we just don't make this game, but... we wanted to try it. It seemed like a cool challenge, and AI art enabled that challenge. It's a hard thing to talk about. When I did an RPG project, I hired an artist on Twitch, and he did it cheaper because I said I could make them on stream. So, like, we thought about doing something like that, Xantius, but because the game has over 100 cards, it just seemed like... also because I used to work in esports, I have a very, when I first got started in esports, for like the first 6 years I was doing it, there was a theme, it was a quote in esports that was like, we're building this industry, we're like, this is the grassroots of it, so we all have to make sacrifices to build this industry from the ground up, right? And a lot of people, like, I'd worked hundreds of hours at MLG events and stuff, sleeping in, like, couches and stuff for no money. They would just use this phrase to, like, they would use your passion to get you to do the work for free. And I don't know if they're necessarily being malicious with that, but that happened so much in the early esports days to everybody I know. And since then, like, I just have I don't want to take advantage, because I know I could get a bunch of artists that would work on this game right now, probably for free. But I don't know if the game would ever make money to be able to pay them back for that investment, and I don't want to take advantage of their passion with not being able to promise them the return. That's why I say I want to make some money from sales, then use that sale money to hire artists, and then hopefully that, you know, makes the game more popular because they see we invested into the community. That is my dream scenario, right? But it's possible that's the wrong way to approach it. Maybe I should have gone the higher community artist version, right? Or gotten free people to do it for free. But that's why I have that hung up. As like, I've been taken advantage of in the early esports days to work so many events for free, casting like StarCraft events in Korea till like 7 a.m. for $0. Like, you know, that was like a very normal thing, like just going to these events and making no money for your passion. And ever since then, I just like, I have a real hang up on it. I don't want to ever, like, I don't want anyone to ever work for me for free. Ever. I don't ever want to have anyone work for me for free. For Castle Warriors, we hired an artist to work on our game, and we paid him with money from sales. That's why we never got sales money from Castle Warriors, because all of our money we got from sales went to that guy. Like, maybe I need to adjust that mindset for something like this, because that might be what needs to happen for the company to grow, but that's where my head is at. It's just that yeah. I don't want to take advantage of someone for their passion. But I would love to collaborate with artists on the project at some point. What build is this? This is my Reflect Ignite build. Vera's Anguish, Thorns. Well, so that's something that's like, it's very interesting, Rosie, because like, yeah, I want to be a game dev for like the next 10 to 15 years. At some point, I want to move on to something beyond game dev. I love writing, and I would love to make an animated series at some point. That's, I guess, if you were to say what my ultimate dream in life, I've written multiple stories that I want to get animated one day. So like, the dream path would be make a bunch of money from game development and then eventually retire from game development and go into writing. But like right now it's looking like if the game development doesn't end up doing well on its own, the trajectory of the YouTube channel is blowing up, like you said. And if PoE 2 blows up like I hope it was, who knows how much money my YouTube might make in 2 to 3 years, and then I can use my YouTube money to finance my game development career. So, like, you know, that might be a possibility down the road, right? Is that eventually I use the YouTube money to, like, hire those artists, right, that I would want. But right now, my YouTube channel, like, I can even just tell you guys, I'm not, like, it's not bad money, but for the month of this month, I've made, how much money? $1,100 for this month off of YouTube ad revenue. And the month's got like 6 days left in it, so probably like $1,200 when the month's over. So it's making okay money right now, you know. That's before taxes. I have to like pay full taxes on that, so it'd be like $600 after taxes, right? Like, so you know, if things keep doing well, eventually the YouTube could very likely fund the game dev stuff, for sure. So the like, I just, like, it's hard to do stuff like that, Ultramossy. Like, yes, like, one of the things would be, like, what if you found, like, you made an agreement with, like, they got 1% of the sales or something like that until it reached a cap or something along those lines. It's like, this is my first time running a business, and it's just me and my friend, right? So, like, we don't have a hiring team, we don't have a vetting process, so it's like, we have 100 cards, right? So we can't really expect one person to make all 100 cards. We're probably going to have to hire 10 to 20 artists and contract them to make specific sets of cards or something like that, right?
Seek out the cores.
I'm not interested in going into a percentage-based contract with people I don't know. And I'm not like a hiring manager. I don't know how to hire anyone ever. I literally don't know how to hire anyone ever. Like, I've never, like, the guy we hired to do art on Card Quest, he had an art pack online where he was selling his pixel art, and we bought that for $5, and we're using it in our game. And when we wanted custom art, we hired him and paid his, like, flat fee for custom art, right? We didn't actually ever have to, like, scout for him, vet him as an employer and stuff, right? So, like, my big concern with doing something like that is, like, I don't know that person that I'm potentially signing up for, like this long-term thing of, like, having to pay them out. Like, I don't know this person. So, like, that just suddenly becomes a huge process. I'm not saying that's a bad thing to do, but, like, I wouldn't even know how to approach that. Where the easy solution to me is, once I have money, I can be like, hey, we're paying community artists $1,000 for 3 cards. You can apply at this link, send us your portfolio, and we'll reach out if we're interested. That is manageable to me. That is so much more manageable, right? Like, I just say, we're going to pay you this flat amount, send us your portfolio, and, you know, maybe we'll pay you extra for exclusive cards arts if you're, like, a really established artist or something. Like, that's something I can process, but, like, that all requires me having money in hand. I'll have to check out that game you're talking about, though, Rosie Mund. Because, yeah, ever since I became an indie game dev, I've just become so appreciative of indie game titles. Like, I check out so many of them now. I was never really a big indie game player until I got a just appreciation of, like, how much work these games actually take to make.
This is just a warm-up. There are demons protecting.
And yeah, 3D Sims can do great. Like, again, the game wasn't actually ever supposed to be originally released on Steam, but Card Quest was inspired by TCG Card Shop Simulator. We played that game. I played that game, and I hate 3D Sims. I think they're so boring in general. I'm not trying to shit talk any game, but just 3D Sims in general, they're not for me. They're like brain off second monitor games. I don't usually look for those for my gaming experience. It's very rare a 3D Sim does it for me. However, when I played that TCG Card Shop Simulator game, the most fun part about it wasn't the actual running of the card shop. It was opening packs of cards. That was the most fun part about the game, and me and all my friends that played it were only playing it for the card pack opening. So me and my friend, when we took a break from Castle Warriors after VH Escape, were like, okay, what if we spent 6 weeks making a simulator about opening card packs? Now, 6 months later, it turned into a full 3D environment with streaming and a convention center where you're selling the cards, but that's where the inspiration started from, was just like, that game had some fun aspects to it, but the rest of it we didn't enjoy, so we wanted to do our own spin on it. And will it be good enough? I don't think his game used AI art, which is a big benefit. But 3D Sims, you know, you never know if they're going to take off. Like, his 3D Sim did incredibly well. There's some, like, what was the drug one that just came out? Are the cards even playable? No. So at one point, the entire game was focused around dueling. You were collecting different TCGs, and then you were getting them, and you were going to a dueling tournament. But the dueling aspect of the game was like... So the reason we started making the game was because we wanted a game about opening card packs, right? But once dueling got involved, the dueling was either so fucking boring, why did it exist, or it required the dueling to be the entire game. Like, it required you to actually create mechanics for each of the TCGs, and it no longer became a game about collecting cards, it became a game about dueling. And that, it was like 3 months ago, we came to a crossroads where we realized we were going to be working on the game for another year plus if dueling was a part of it. A full year plus of extended development time when we were supposed to work on it 6 weeks. And we had already worked on it 3 months. And we were just like, we have to scrap dueling. There's no way we can make dueling work right now unless we make an entirely different game that will take way more time and effort and money. That we just, like, that wasn't really the entire purpose we set out for the game. So, no, you can't play the cards. It is purely... You'd have to go see the 3D simulator game. It's called... I think it's called TCG Card Shop Simulator. And the whole, like, those simulator games are very boring. Like, there's a reason why I don't promote the game to my PoE audience. It is not a, those kind of games are not like PoE at all. They are very, we call it a second monitor game. You're not even really playing it. It's just over there as like a, you're really bored and you need something on the second monitor, you know? It's like a solitaire type game. So the reason why I don't promote it too often to our PoE audience. But no, it's literally just you open card packs on stream, and then you go to a convention center and you sell your cards on to random NPCs there. There is no dueling. There was dueling at one point, but it got scrapped about 3 months ago. Just because, yeah. It's not a game that I necessarily wanted to make, you know? It was just like a, it was a learning experience type of thing. We hadn't made a 3D game yet. There's a lot of mechanics in it that we wanted to learn for future games. So it was like a learning experience game, but while we think it has potential, and while we think the dueling was cool, neither of us wanted to work on it another year or two. So yeah, the dueling just got completely scrapped. Again, some of what we're limited by. Hard to sell without some kind of twist. I mean, 3D Sims don't need a twist. There are literally 3D Sims about farming. There are 3D Sims about, like, anything out there.
I think you'll like
That genre is super niche, but it's rabid.
Raise you down.
I have friends that play every single 3D Sim out there, and, like, some of those shitty 3D Sims make millions of dollars. Like, the twist in this game is, like, TCG Card Shop Sim is not a card collecting game. TCG Card Shop Sim is a card shop owning simulator. The card collecting is not even really like a major aspect of it. So I guess that's the difference between this game and that game, but yeah. There's a reason why I don't try and promote it to the PoE audience. It's because they're not there's no crossover at all between these genres.
True display descends.
I don't even like the genre. I do not like 3D simulators most of the time. I can't think of a, like, whatever the drug 3D sim that recently came out with, that's the best 3D simulator I've played probably in a very long time. And even then, I find it pretty boring for most of it. But yeah, crazy odd, but that's that whole needing money thing. And I've been working at this, like, we're talking like 40 plus hours, maybe not every week, but most weeks, for the last 3 years, and I haven't made money. All the money that we make pays off the fees for, like, taxes and bank stuff, right? Like, so we're also talking about, like, now we're, like, saying, okay, when we finally do get money, I have to give that money to other people. We finally, like, got some income, and now I'm paying other people immediately with it. It's like, yes, I could hire cheap work, but I don't want to hire cheap Fiverr work. I think, like, again, if that's what it comes, like, I would rather just the game be shit and release with AI art and get review bombed than hire cheap work. Because that just seems like a waste of money to me, right? Like, why put through... I shouldn't say shit work or cheap work, but yeah, I don't know. I just don't want to do that. I don't know why that sounds so off-putting to me, but I would rather it just release as is and we move on to the next game and it makes no money, or it makes decent money and that decent money justified us, like, we're not investing in the art because we want to make more money. We're investing in the art to pay back the people who bought our game. Thank you for investing into our company. We've made enough money to sustain ourselves for our next project. Here's a thank you. We're upgrading the art in the game. That's like how I'm thinking about it. It either does well or it doesn't on launch. And if it does well enough, we will replace all of the art with, like, we'll hire community artists and stuff. It really is rough out there. Do what you gotta do. Yeah, that's a good perspective. I'm sure there are plenty of people, because, like, so here's my dream scenario, right? Like, if I had all the money and I can hire people, right? Like, what I want to do is, when you click on the card in the game, right? Because it has a whole, like, collection binder where you can see every card you collect, right? When you click on the card you collect, in the corner, someplace in the collection screen, will have the artist's name, and it will link to their, like, Twitter or whatever their online portfolio is. Like, in my dream world, when we don't just hire these artists, but the game is also a promotional tool for them. It won't just have their name in the credits, but when you click on the card in the collection binder, it'll have a link to their portfolio. So if you're a big fan of a certain art style, you click on that button, and it'll open up in your web browser their Twitter or something. And, like, you know, I want it to be very collaborative, you know? I don't want it to just be, like, we're a cheap indie studio and we're just trying to, like, dodge the bullet of AI art type of thing. Like, I really want it to be a collaborative process with artists. I don't want it to be like some cheap Fiverr thing where we, like, pay some guy $50 and he churns out 200 cards. I would, like, if I could, I would legitimately pay, like, let's say we had 200 cards. If I could, I would pay 200 artists $1,000 each to make a card. And I would let them give their all to that card, and let that one card really speak to, like, whatever that artist's style is. Like, that is the dream world I would have, but
Don't expect the next
that's a lot of money, obviously, right? And it's easy to dream big when you're, you know, a small-time studio looking up at the world like that. But that would be my dream scenario, is it's not just paying the artist, but, like, their names are in the game more than just in the credits.
eventually.
It's not just like you click on the credits and there's, like, a list of 500 artists and your name is just happens to pop up, you know. The game would promote the artist just as much as the artist is promoting our game. Because especially with a game like this is my problem specifically with the AI art in this game is, the game is the art, right? If it's a game about collecting cards, the cards are the game. So if the art is AI cheap and doesn't have soul, that makes the game lack some of its soul. And yeah, like I just, yeah. If all of the cards were replaced with just as many artists as I possibly could do, I would fucking love that. That is my dream. It's just the game makes, like, enough money on launch to where we can just go and pay a bunch of people that would love to have their art in a game. It wouldn't be just some Fiverr dump. It wouldn't be some... Yeah, you guys get what I'm saying. But I appreciate that perspective, Great Burb. 3D Sims are popular. Spook games are popular. We released... Did you ever play Exit 8 to itch? Did you ever play the anomaly hunt game Exit 8? When we took our first break from Castle Warriors... We remade Exit 8. It was like an anomaly hunt thriller, psychological thriller type game. We remade that game in like a PS2 kind of cubish 3D art style in a VHS store type game. We spent 2 weeks on that, and that was really fun. We just marketed it horribly, and it honestly was like, it was kind of a rough game. It's just fun. It was fun, but we did try a horror game once. The funny thing about the horror game was, I will never make another horror game again because I hated testing it. I do like 98% of our like play testing, internal testing and stuff, and I was so stressed and like I hated testing it. It was just too tense and scary. So I don't think I'll ever make another horror game. But we did try a spooky game. But yeah, I don't even know what my dream game would be if I were to, like, give a dream game. Right now, all the games we make, like, they are games we want to make, but right now we're just trying to become good developers. So we're just going from, like, we're not limiting ourselves to concepts. As long as we feel like we can see the project through to the end and we're going to learn from it, we're willing to do it. So if like the VH Escape game, we spent 4 weeks making it, I think, total tots. It was like 2 weeks of active development and then 2 weeks of like shipping it and bug fixing. we learned more in that month than we did the year before that. Even though it was a game I didn't want to make, I mean, I wanted to make it. I shouldn't say that, but it wasn't like my dream game to make. That month of making VH Escape, I grew so much as a developer, just from learning new systems, learning new concepts, trying out new things, like... Versus Castle Warriors, which we did learn a lot on, but we've been working on it for 3 years, and when you're just banging your head against something, and it's like a wall you can't overcome, you stop learning. And then the same thing happened with Card Quest. I've just learned so much from it, from its development process. Like, the biggest thing we learned from this Card Quest is, like, the biggest thing we ran into with Castle Warriors was system bloat and, like, not letting go of something, right? Like, you get married to an idea, and you're not willing to scrap it, right? Like, and with Card Quest, we've scrapped so many systems. Like I talked about dueling earlier, right? The game had dueling for the first 4 to 5 months of its development cycle, and now that you would have no idea dueling was a part of it now. That was not something we would have ever done on Card Quest. But the fact that we've made our 3rd or 4th game now, and like we've learned from all of our experiences before that, we realized that what dueling was doing to the game, and that sometimes you just have to gut, like if you have a deadline, right, some things have to be gutted. And that's a big part of project management. And, I don't know, yeah. Probably all sounds pretty obvious and logical to people who have worked in, like, these active coding environments before. But most of my coding jobs were very, like, hands-off and, like, web design-y type stuff, like, creative-based, so, like... And I've never owned my own business before, right? So I'm, like... One of the first people we ever hire at this company is some form of project manager. Because we are so disorganized and so all over the place. But yeah, the first thing we're hiring is like a project manager if we ever get money for that, and then after that it's like a bunch of artists. And then after that, it's probably someone who can handle multiplayer systems. The biggest letdown about Castle Warriors for us was it's supposed to be a multiplayer game, but it was too overwhelming to do a learning game development while also having to tackle like networking and like coding and like, you know, getting the net code to be able to handle multiple people and shit, or if it's a PvP game, handling the matchmaking servers. Like, that is a whole nother job in itself. How does the weapon swap work? It just, whenever you attack with it and you aggravate, like, so you have to bleed, and then when you aggravate bleeding with the weapon, you aggravate ignite. So, you just rapid assault. Rapid Assault has a high chance of bleeding because I have Lacerate in it, and then it attacks 6 times in whatever, a second. So you just have the maximum amount of chances to both get the bleed and then aggravate the bleed during that Rapid Assault timing. But I only really use the weapon swap for bosses. Oh, that's bad news. Could have been danger. No problem, Max. But yeah, we're having our next, not next. We're having an open demo soon. We're going to be releasing the game with a demo on itch soon for Card Quest. We know the game's not ready for release. There's like a bunch of 3D sim dorks out there who love those games who are going to be able to like play it and be like, it's missing this system, this system. Like, we're doing a public test soon just to get some balance testing and like figure out what features we're missing. And I'm hoping sometime during that area we figure out what we're going to do with the art. And it's possible during that initial reception to the public that, like, I change my stance based off of what you guys have said. Because, like, Gerberb saying what he said about how it's, like, they're desperate out there and stuff. You know, like, maybe it would just be nice. Maybe they just want to collaborate. Find a way to get some money to them after the fact if it works out. But who knows what happens with it. But if it doesn't work out, the YouTube channel seems to be going well.
Understandable if you're slay them amongst the flames.
So maybe I can hire artists with YouTube money soon.
Leave naught but corpse.
And what's cool is, like, the game's not even free to play yet. Think of how many people aren't playing PoE 2 right now because they're waiting for it to become free to play. The game's just going to be so much bigger than it already is, and it already just feels so massive. Am I wrong in that thought? Like, when the game goes free to play, it's going to break 1 million concurrent players, right? Like, am I wrong in assuming that? That's my expectation right now for launch. Is free-to-play PoE 2 will break 1 million concurrent players. And just on Steam. We're not talking about console viewers, too. Or viewers, players.
Ravage and ransack.
Like, it already feels like it's a huge game. And it's just gonna, I feel like it's just gonna be so much bigger whenever it's out. It's like not even good. It's got so many problems, but it's just gonna, like, it's gonna be so much better. And then it's going to be free. What? That's crazy. And that's not even me, like, sucking up to the game. Like, that's just my honest expectation. Like, there are so many people, like, we're all, like, diehards of the genre. A majority of people, when they hear a game's gonna be free to play eventually, they're gonna wait. they're not in a rush. Hey, OCN, how you doing?
What? Expecting praise? Drown in a sanguine flood.
I updated my mobalytics today, Master Bogdan. I think if you type exclamation point build or something, my mobalytics has my gear. Oh, I don't know if I should. I probably shouldn't say this. Never mind. I was about to say something cool. I got an email earlier today, but I should probably wait a day or two before I talk about it.
Normally, challengers don't survive.
That was an asshole thing for me to say.
Infected
I did not intend to tease that. I was actually about to say something, but then I figured I'll probably say it. I'll probably be able to talk about it tomorrow. I should wait till tomorrow. Been a busy week, but all good. Hey, man. About to have a weekend of Path of Exile, I hope. That's my plan as a weekend of Path of Exile. I'm probably going to be doing a lot of currency farming tomorrow. What's the point of farming Ultimatum currency? The soul cores sell well. No. Just the soul cores. Like, the Ultimatum's just a consistent currency farm because you're guaranteed soul cores. And some of them sell very well. But even when you get, like, the low-end rolls every time, like, just the worst possible drops every time, it's still, like, 12 exalts every 10 to 15 minutes, right? Like, no more than that. It's like 20 exalts every 12 to 15 minutes. So, like, but then you have the soul cores that sell for 100 exalts. But yeah, I don't know if this is the best currency farm, but it's probably my favorite just in terms of like brain offness and consistency.
Not yet.
Now this is starting to get fun. Weather the elements at your own risk. Cling to life.
Damn, that sounds cool, Ocean. Sounds like a cool technique. Good work, man. Oh, that's cool. That sounds fun. Lightning ball's fun. Oh yeah, this can do Sekimus. Sekimus is easy. Yeah, you have more than enough damage. Just do Sekimus clears. I mean, before he stops the time phase, well, isn't the time phase RNG? Like, 'cause sometimes he won't do it for like 45 seconds, and sometimes he'll do it like almost immediately, right? Depends on like what animation he's locked in. Like, if you're asking me if he can one-shot the boss before he goes off, I don't know. I haven't tried it. I've never like had a benchmark like that for builds, where like I'm trying to like scale it off of that. I have no idea. I don't really farm Sekimus, so I usually don't ever do it. The only time I do Trial of Sekimus is if I'm like really like wanting to show something specifically with that boss in the build. But normally I don't even like doing it. I hate Sanctum. You have a PoE ninja? Ocean?
A bird.
I don't know how PoE Ninja works, but that sounds cool. Legends of Runeterra card art mentions an artist at least. That's my, like, if we hire any artist, like, I don't know how it would have to function in game, but, like, my ideal scenario would be, because sometimes there's, like, bullshit legal reasons, like, you can't, like, click on something and have it linked to a hyperlink and stuff. Like, you never know, right? But, like, my ideal scenario would be when you're, like, on the collection page. Let me just, like, I think I can have a screenshot real quick. This UI is still a placeholder, so don't judge it too much. But when you're on the collection screen, right? Like, let's say you're like, this is the card you're looking at, and like you're the artist that drew Tortank. Someplace over here on the right side where you have the description, it would like, it would something like at the artist's name, and if you clicked on their name, it would load up their Twitter link, right? Like whatever the card art is on that you're looking at, like someplace over here to the side, or maybe like down below the card right here, something like this. Something like something like around here was what I would ideally want. Just like a link to their social media or something. Not sure what PoE Ninja is. It's like a website that like can scan characters, and like, so if you wanted to show what your character looked like, you would like link your PoE Ninja of your account or something. I don't know how you get your character on it, because like one day I had a chatter say, "Hey, your character's now on PoE Ninja," and I was like, "Oh, okay, that's cool," but I didn't know how it got there, so I don't know how your character even ends up on them. Earlier, people were talking about Claire Obscure. Game of the Year is Card Quest, though. Idiot. Serrano guy. Hey, Ryan. Yeah, it's just a website. I don't know how it works, OCN. But yeah. Okay, well, sorry guys, that was a nice little 5-hour stream, but I need to go take care of dinner and stuff. Today's stream, a little bit shorter than I normally go, but tomorrow will be a much longer stream. I'm going to have a bunch of maps laid out, and tomorrow's going to be a real long currency farm stream, but yeah. About 5 hours is all I can handle right now. I just gotta go get some food. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Thanks for everyone who's been checking out my content lately and enjoying it. If you want to support me directly, the best way to support me is by wishlisting my game on Steam. You don't ever have to buy it, but wishlist is like liking and subscribing on YouTube. It just fuels the algorithm, so you don't ever actually have to buy the game. You can unwishlist it when it comes out if you want, but if you want to support me, that's the best way to do it. I'll be live tomorrow. I don't know what time, but I'll be live tomorrow, and I'll probably be playing more of this build, so I'll see you guys then. Have a good night, everybody.